I'm actually on time today. See, it's possible. Anything is possible. All you gotta do is believe. Our crafting station for electrical stuff was supposed to be over here. Can't be putting these bags in the wrong spot now, can I? Actually, the golf bag can go wherever. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Stormy day over there, huh? What am I missing? I'm missing something from my kit here. Suture needle. I swear I replaced that. But what else? I'll stick with that for now. Alrighty. Let's take a look at that map, shall we? Got a lot of unexplored territory right over here. Just right down the road, as it were. In fact, at the end of last stream, I wanted to explore the Central Park area here. There's sort of a golf course and a park. Is it all a golf course, or is it like a golf course and a park? Actually, I have no idea. But I've never explored it in depth before. Today is the day. We're going to go take a look. I'm just going to get some food for the day. Food. We are putting on weight. 74 kilo and gaining. I'll do a couple of roasts. It's been a little while since I've done roasts. Base without a garbage. Oh no, here we go. thought I forgot a garbage can for a second there. Unacceptable. And now we're gonna make these very fat roasts. Couldn't tell you the last time I've been in a position where I was able to air dry my clothes. I have no airflow on my, I have a back porch, but I have no airflow there. I think that ought to do the trick. The only other thing we could really add that would fatten this up would be lard, but we don't have any on us right now, so let's get these in the oven. Can't find a good spot for this. It's spare weapons. I'll need more storage here at some point. Alright, that should take care of food for at least a day and a half. I'm going to do something I should have done for this base a long time ago, and clear some obstructions here. We call it lawn maintenance. I never even started using this crate. That is a skill issue. I built it. Why didn't I start using it? Alright. I am going to scythe out the grass over there as well, so that it's, with the grass gone, I'll at least be able to drive over it. If I put down gravel sometime later, then it'll be even easier to drive over, but for now I just want to get it so that I can go past it without, the grass bumping into my, undercarriage. Because yes, that is a thing. Grass will damage it. slowly over time. Who's going to have a scythe? Expedition? In theory, Expedition should have everything, but in practice... In practice, I'm very disorganized, it seems. Maybe Expedition in the passenger seat, there's a possibility. Sledgehammer, of course, extra torches. Spare crowbars out the wazoo, but, nope, no science. Fine. Worth a check. We'll, fix that later. Why would she be going to the left? Come on, out of the road, lady.
Hey!
She doesn't know how to react to sound properly. My master plan of always just luring them out of the road before killing them so that my roads are clean doesn't always work. Command, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm on time today. Still in the warm-up phase, but we're ready for a big one today. Ooh, this is a lady with blue hair here. Oh, this was a survivor house. Window boarded up and everything. Interesting. I completely missed that on my initial exploration. Or, okay, what's going on with this house? The windows are boarded up on the inside. That's, okay. Not sure what's going on there. That doesn't sound like a regular survivor house. I don't usually see the windows boarded up from the inside out. It's usually the other way around. We're going to take a look at this before we take a look at the, Central Park area. Beautiful weather today. We're getting some great shots with this. to this house right here. And it's not all windows that are boarded. It's only a couple of them. Highly unusual. So it's definitely not a regular survival. It's probably sort of, because we got the dudes with the weird hair inside, that tells me maybe sort of like a, barricaded robber or something. We'll probably find some, like, real basic, punk tools or something like, you know, pipe wrench, hammer, shit like that. I hear somebody making noise and scratching. It sounds like it's to the right of me still, but it doesn't look like it's any of the ones in there. Right there. That's possibly two of them in there. You see the clothes on the floor? The clothes on the floor tell me, somebody was getting jiggy with somebody. Which means more than one. What if I shoot them through the window instead of going in there? Still got a crosshair, so I didn't nail them. It was a blind shot. No idea if that actually means that this area is safe to take a look at, but I no longer hear anything. Do I? Now I hear things. That was the sound of flipping over fences times two. Oh, she had an M9. Okay. Out of the road. Come on now. Probably on the other side of that. Oh, all the way back there. Okay. That's the first time this new carbine is jammed. It was inevitable. Does that mean we've lost condition on it? No. It's perfect condition, and it's still jammed. I have been told that that is supposedly not going to happen if you're level 10 aiming, but, well, no. No, it still happens, even at level 10 aiming. Perfect condition weapon still jams every once in a while. We cannot have fun things here. Or, sorry, we cannot ever have certainty. So these corpses were here when I got here, the two on the floor. So this story we're looking at here is a robber of some kind. But they do seem to have a backpack with random stuff in it. Cash and glue. Okay. Sweet. I'm already happy with that. I don't really care about the cash, but glue is great. Ooh, colored elbow pads. Very rare. And the other backpack was box of ammo, money, toilet paper. Nothing particularly interesting. I'm just going to consolidate those into one backpack and toss it in the trunk. So whatever that was, it was not particularly impactful. Thought for a second I saw books in that bag, but nope. No book. A little bit of supplies and a little bit of random stuff. There is not enough room in the trunk for that, so let's leave it here. We'll pick it back up on our way out of the Central Park area here. I will be exploring that until we lose daylight, because I am quite interested to see what the routes feel like back here. Near the end of last stream, we bumped into a bunch of trees while exploring this place. I'm hoping that I am now sufficiently awake that will not be a problem this time. But these are only 3 tile wide roads, so can't make any promises. The reason it took 2 hits to kill that Zed is most likely because the low weight is still impacting. That's why I've been focusing on trying to build my weight back up. Public service announcement for... I don't have too many viewers at the moment, but, you know, everybody deserves to know that if you let yourself get too underweight, your melee damage gets cut by 20%. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever learned about this game. If only because it doesn't show in your when you mouse over the trait, the low weight trait. It should show you something that important. But it doesn't. The game just doesn't like to explain itself. Ooh. Don't know if y'all saw that. An error popped up in the bottom right-hand corner there. No idea why. That's a lot of Zeds. Okay. In the backyards of the houses on that side. Good to know. It's a double tall fence here, so they will not be able to get to me easily if I'm in the Central Park area. Not even the park is free of rats. No major surprises here. Yes, yeah, macros. The nutrition system in this game is already very opaque. The macros are even more opaque. In my humble opinion, the nutritionist trait in this game should give you the ability to, with a couple of tools, maybe like a stethoscope and a scale and a couple of other things that currently don't really have a use, a nutritionist should be able to actually tell what the player themselves and other players' macro levels are. So like you should be able to like do a checkup on somebody and see what their proteins and what their carbs and fats are. It should not be that hard for a player to understand where they're at in order to optimize their weight gain regimens. I'm going to try to get these 3 aggroed at once so I can get the music kick back in. There we go. It's curious, these are the only zombies I've seen in the Central Park area so far. It might be because there's no fence as of that area we just passed. The garage area down here in these bigger houses, that's where the fence is stopped, so any zombies that would spawn down there could migrate up here. Oh wow, we've made it pretty far afield. I didn't think we had already made it to the bottom corner, but yeah. Now, this little marker on the map, that's not mine, that's from an annotated map that I found. Guns and food in far stable, don't get lost in trees, those things are in there. Well, that's... yeah, I guess they are in there, now that you mention it. For a little while, they weren't in there, but now they are. Kind of hard to see, but we're right here. See, one of the reasons I almost never even looked at this place before is because I looked at the map and I saw brown roads and I assumed, okay, that's a dirt road. That means it's going to be covered in trees. But no, it's all gravel. Interesting. but it looks like Forgotten Street does not have a... I'm just going to put this here because Forgotten Street does not have, like, a fence. So that's, like, a way that you can get in if you're on foot, but not on vehicle. Heard some more groaning. Is he alone? Could be wrong, but I feel like the trees are getting a little thicker up here. Yeah, oh yeah, look at this on the right side of the screen versus the top. That is an absolute thickening right there. We had somebody in chat the other day talk about using a pickaxe to acquire resources. There's actually an example of 2 different resources you can acquire if you have one. To the right side of the truck here is limestone, and to the left side here is flint. I couldn't exactly give an example at the time because, of course, Louisville is not exactly flush with natural resources, being as it's an urban hellhole, mostly paved over. Flint is a little hard to tell when you're trying to differentiate from the normal rocks. These normal rocks up here, you'll notice, are a slightly lighter shade of gray versus this flint over here. This flint is a darker shade of gray. Hey Hassan, how's it going? Today we're exploring Louisville's Central Park. It's a park in the grassy wooded area in the middle of Louisville, dead center of the city. Apparently there's a stable or something up ahead. Hello, there's also zombies. Trees make it very hard to see here.
Hey!
Give a little shout there. See if she's the only one or if there's anyone else. Okay, 2 coming from pretty much straight left there, and 1 more coming from the bottom here. Another coming from the bottom. They're kind of in a cluster there. Alright. Bite to eat, and moving back up, there's at least 2 more coming this way. I cringe every time I need more than 1 hit to kill a zombie with a sword at level 10 strength, fitness, and Longblade. Okay, I can bring the truck up now. We've seen very few zombies, relatively speaking, in this place so far. Most of them have just only started showing up in the past minute or two on this stretch of the bottom corner here. I don't even know where this dirt path leads. I don't think it's on the map. No, that dirt path that we're looking at there is not on the map. It goes in the general that way direction. Probably leads to Waverly or Wisteria there, or whatever this connecting road is, Hyacinth. Honestly, yeah, if that was clear, if we could get down that to Waverly, Jericho's right here. That's the gas station next to Jericho. That might be how I get out of here tonight. It would be a little bit faster to go that way than it would be to re-navigate through all these gravel roads. I'm going to take this in chunks. I probably should just put the gun away for now. Oh, here we go. Can literally see the road from there. That would be a little bit harder to cut my way through, though. The trees are very thick. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to take the trapper carbine off of my back. There's no point in shooting right now because any number of zombies could be in that residential area to the far left there. And bringing them through the trees right now is a lot less sensible than just coming at them from that residential area to the left there. It takes a long time to lure zombies through trees. I'm going to put the axe on my back, actually. These two are definitely not the only ones in this area. Yep, see? There's another one coming right up. Do not let the beauty of nature fool you. We might as well be fighting indoors right now. There's just that many line of sight blockages. Interesting, okay. So the path splits off here and takes us to a commercial area in that direction, or no idea in this direction. So it's definitely the way this road or this path, this footpath, the way it curves, it's not worth like landscaping it into a drivable road. This split has made me decide I would sooner just cut a hole through the trees. Honestly, sometimes these highly tree-infested areas are worse than being indoors. Because at least indoors you can predict the way hallways are going to be shaped. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. So it's Tennessee Street, Cumberland Gap to Waverly. Okay.
Hey!
Didn't even notice me. This guy right here. That's just not healthy. Proceed on foot for a second, see if there's any more clusters like that. Easier to hit them on foot than it is to find a safe place to get out of the truck. Okay. Looking alright for the moment. Which way, Western man? Left or right? We'll start left because there's that annotated map. The little, whatever that is, stable sort of thing up there. We'll check that first. There's probably a way out up there, too. Pretty flowers. I don't know if I would ever want to be the groundskeeper for a place like this. Trying to maintain a beautiful flower bed like this right next to a footpath where everybody's walking and kicking rocks onto it, and yeah, no. There's a reason flower beds are usually a little ways away from footpaths. I have never seen this up here before. It looks to be a... I have no idea. What did the annotated map say? It was a bar stable. Okay, so yeah, the title is appropriate today. We're taking a look at the stables, even though the game is very much unstable still. Is this guy just a solo back here? Maybe this is Chuck. He just liked to look at the trees. He wasn't grouped up or anything. What's up, Chuck? To clear this place, I'll actually feel... Ooh, look at this! Look at this! This guy right here, look at the hat. He's got one of the good hats. If anybody watching is not familiar, the helmet that I'm currently wearing is one of the same helmets as what this zombie is wearing. I was under the impression that the only place you could ever get those was Chapel Mount Downs, which is a horse racing track here in Louisville. Chapel Mount Downs is up here on the other side of First Street, this big yellow building here. Parking lot's full of them, and you have to fight through the parking lot, kind of get to the interior of the horse race track here, and lure some of the riders out and nail them, steal their hats. The reason I want these is because these are the... Well, I mean, I've already got a collection of them because I hit Chapel Mount Downs, but they are best in slot for head protection. They have only a little bit of discomfort, but they give 70 bite, 80 scratch to the head with no insulation. There's literally no better protection for your head in this game than a jockey helmet. So what I'm going to do is before we go in there, I'm going to take a look to the left here and case my exit. And if we've got a good exit, then I'm going to go loud with the carbine. Clear these guys out. I mean, honestly, I'm right here. I'm right here. Cleared territory is just right around the corner. We go this way a little bit, and here we are in Waverly. And Waverly that's the road that the gas station for Jericho is on. Now, of course, we didn't actually clear Waverly. Waverly itself never got cleared, but I mean, starting here and going further to the left, this is our gas station base for Jericho. So when the fatigue moodle pops up, which it's going to anytime in probably the next minute and a half here, we can just go ahead and fall back to Jericho from here. And as an overnight task and into tomorrow, we'll just fight our way into the place we were just looking at there. Another box of 45 coming out. So bring all the neighbors out, if there are any. Remember, I made a lot of noise over there as we got closer to the gas station there. Anybody who would be in this area is more likely to be a straggler than somebody who was initially spawned. So the buildings themselves theoretically should not have too many until we get about this far in here. At this point, none of these buildings will have spawned in until just now, most likely. This person had a mask. Still, it filters out of that later. All these people slapping the doors. There's a solution to that. We recently found out for these doors that have windows right next to them. There is a solution that we can use to nail the zombies behind the doors, but I need to be able to line up some shots without being interrupted, so outdoor targets first, as always. TLDR is you can actually kind of shoot at an angle and hit the zombie that's hitting the door. That tree might block me for this one. Yeah, that tree is blocking me. Maybe not. Maybe not. I couldn't see either of them that time. I wonder if it's only possible if I have or if they're hitting a door that has a window on it. You know how some of the doors have windows on them. I was able to nail some shots like that. But we've just had the fatigue modal pop up, so I'm not going to challenge this any further. We've gotten a decent start on this corner. I'm going to fall back for the night, take a sleep up at Jericho, and we'll return with the power of having slept. This is actually perfect that I should come to Jericho now, because I should, there was a couple of things that I left in the most recent step van, that I thought was just going to be loot, but, no, the step van is a mixture of loot and stuff that should have stayed with me, to my next base. So there is some FOB supplies that, got left here accidentally. In the Southeastern Painting Services van there. Got so many vans that I brought inside, I actually have to navigate all the way around them here. We're right on time for bed, and we just had a bite to eat, so we are otherwise pretty good. I'll just place a couple of things out of the way here. This is the respirator we picked up off of that Zed. Don't need the respirator, but I'll definitely like to have the filters. Oh, hey, thank you. This is our biggest base for the area. I would call it bare bones, but functional. Basically, everything to the right is the kitchen, and everything to the left is the workshop. But beyond that, and, you know, the outdoor stuff like the small garden and the big garden, kind of hard to see over there on the far left, and the animal pen. Everything else is kind of not really finished. Definitely needs some decorative improvement. I'll be working on that at some point in the future, but for now we are getting some exploration done here, seeing a few things I've never seen before. That is the sound of a light bulb breaking. I was going to check my generators here anyway. Who lost it? Looks like far left side of the parking lot. Yep. So my base here has 4 generators. The generators are split to power just like one double freezer and some lights. So this generator here, for example, is powering... Now, this generator should be powering a lot of lights, but for some reason the power consumption, the breakdown is not even showing the lights. So I don't know what's going on there, but the crux of it is it's powering the popsicle freezer in the far corner of the base here. This one right here. It's on a different generator from the rest of the base. That enables me to have a much slower fuel consumption rate on each of the generators. I've been gone from this base for the better part of a week, I think. And this generator is it's not even down to 50% fuel yet. In each of these duffel bags, we've got the gas can that I'm currently using, as well as the a few electrical parts to fix the generators with every time we need to. We've got also some spare jerry cans full of gas here. They are 20 liters a piece now. They used to only be 10 like the gas cans, but they have been buffed. I'm here for it. Fix this bulb while we're out here. I just keep spare light bulbs in the briefcase on the floor here, since I have a bunch of lights that'll burn out randomly. Pro tip: the integrity of the light bulb doesn't actually matter in terms of its lifespan if you put it into a floodlight, for example. So you could go to a wrecked car where all the lights are only like, 10% integrity. It doesn't matter for the purposes of putting them into a regular light source like this. Those are all valid. Basically, the way these light bulbs work is there's just a random chance every couple of game frames, like an astronomically low chance every game frame for a light bulb to break. The mean time to happen is something like. Actually, I forget exactly what the mean time to happen is, but that's kind of how to measure it. MTTH kind of stuff if you're into paradox games. I left this battery on the charger here. I believe it is a standard. Yes. Put that over here with the rest of my spare batteries. So the generator down here, same principle as the ones out in the lot. This one's powering a freezer that's in the far corner on this side. Now, a lot of people might wonder why I don't have, like, some outer walls around the whole place. Really, I've got walls around what's most important, the interior of the base where I operate and sleep and whatnot. And, the animals have walls around them, the crops all have walls around them. But everywhere else, I basically want to know where the zombies are more than I care about stopping their movement. I find it, like, actually rather unhelpful to have just, walls, especially the walls I can't see through. That could be an attack surface for the zombies. I usually want to kind of keep their attack surfaces to a minimum. Goal for this run. So when you say run, do you mean like my whole character, or do you mean like today? Because basically I take things day by day. I don't really have like long-term goals other than to explore stuff I haven't explored before. For like the whole character, for the whole run. But if you're talking about just today, today we are exploring the. We're starting out by exploring the interior of the Central Park area of Louisville. Our current base, power center for Louisville here, I call it Jericho, it's just a grocery store, is on this side. Yeah, that's both, it's fair enough. But yeah, so as you can see, we've done a good chunk of West Louisville, pretty much the entirety of North Louisville here. This direction going this way, that's north. So everything up here, Louisville Expo Center, the office area here, the corporate park, City Hall. We didn't fully clear the far northwest, but we got the Amazon distribution center, so that was great. And then in the far northeast up here, we got the Grand Ohio Mall. Spent a good couple of weeks on that, and finished clearing out through all the residential and unbuilt commercial up here in the northeast. We just recently broke down and mothballed our gas station base on Butcher Street, which is where we struck out from out here. Now our furthest out field base here is on Wellington. It's at the other fossil here. And from there, we're basically setting out to explore Central and East Louisville down here. It's all residential, once you've seen some of it, you've seen most of it. But we are kind of keeping our eyes peeled for survivor houses and stuff like that. But yeah, after I do some base maintenance here, we'll be taking a look around the Central Park zone. Lots of fun. 3,600 hours of this game, and there's still plenty of chunks of Louisville that I've never seen before. Sometimes there's a good reason for that. There are some residential areas that, like I said, once you've seen some of it, you've seen all of it. But it's fun. Still fun to look around. So I've done the 3 generators outdoors. Now we're just going to do the main circuit on the roof of the base. I don't think the gas in this can is going to be enough. I'm going to go ahead and fill it before we start doing the refill here at the generator. I think both of these floodlights are actually had their batteries blow out. Or, sorry, not batteries, but light bulbs. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some replacements for those. Yeah. I've always felt like Louisville was kind of meant to be like a multiplayer destination. Um, Trying to do it solo has always felt like a very interesting logistical challenge. Fun, but definitely not always worth it in terms of like if you're just going there to get loot or something. Almost everything you could find in Louisville could be found elsewhere. There are a few unique things, like our helmet, the helmet we're wearing right there, best in slot for head protection. I do not know of anywhere where you can find horse rider helmets outside of Louisville. We found a couple of rare light bulbs in the local area. I don't know if I'll be using those anytime soon. They kind of look like black lights when you put them in. Just regular light bulbs for the roof lights there. So both of these bad boys on this side need lights. It will pick the highest light bulb in my hierarchy, so I gotta drop the ones I don't want it to use, because they're all just called light bulb. Game won't be able to tell them apart. The one over here, this one on this side, this one has been running for, I think, ever since I set this base up. It's an example of how the mean time to happen is sometimes wild on the light bulb breakage. I'm going to put a new one, new floodlight on the second floor up here as well, next to the generator itself. We've got another one on standby downstairs. It has been a dream of mine ever since I started setting up bases here 3 characters ago. I've always wanted to build a second floor to it, even to a limited extent. I've never actually done so. That is a lot of work. This is a huge base. Alright, so we are just about ready for our second sleep of the night. I'm going to refill my water, and we'll have food for at least half the day tomorrow with this, the remaining part of this roast. Public service announcement. If you ever have a base in an existing POI like this one, and you don't like the placement of the light switches, this is probably only the current build of the game, but we have light switches in every pizza world on the map. Why? I don't know. Pizza world signs are light switches. I wish I could explain this. I have theories, but none of them really make sense. Alright, second sleep is a go. Restless Sleeper just has 2 bedtimes, really. Restless Sleeper with Wakeful. I don't even know if Restless Sleeper without Wakeful is worth ever taking. That would feel nightmarish to me. Alright, so we have stopped by Jericho, and there is a couple of things in the most recent loot van I should have grabbed last night. Let's grab them now. It was... this. This was supposed to go forward to my next base. This is food-related stuff. Pretty much everything else is non-essential, I think. More or less. Okay, so some of these broken iron pipes. Yeah, the if I had a nickel every time the game had something weird about it, that the only way to find out about it was just through osmosis and comparing notes with everybody. That would I could probably afford a I don't know. I could probably afford a 3D printer or something. We're actually I'm right around a half tank. I'll go ahead and fill up over here. Just passing through, might as well. I would fast forward, but I have not cleared this area recently. I want to keep my ears perked for incoming. Just turning on a generator out of nowhere in an area that you haven't patrolled very thoroughly in the recent days. Not always the best idea. So I'm carrying some heavy stuff that I can't really fit into my truck. So if I have to get out and fight, I will probably I have gotten rid of the low weight trait. So as long as I maintain my weight gain, we are good for melee combat. We won't have the troubles we were having just earlier. Just got to make sure to drop this handbag whenever I get into combat. Get out of the road. Sorry, not too much commentary while I'm focusing on not getting eaten. I've been, without even really trying, I've succeeded at the music game. If you, this is a fun thing to play, even if you're new. Try to make sure the game never starts playing combat music. If you succeed, that means you have never allowed more than 3 zombies within lunge range. If 3 zombies are within lunge range, then that kicks in the combat music. When I get into the flow, which I'm not quite there yet, I can safely yap while while fighting. Not quite there yet. I'm still in the process of waking up. It's 9 a.m. where I live here. The goal of my fighting style is to ensure that we don't have too many corpses in the dead center of the road. So I'll intentionally let them lunge at me to lead them out of the road. A lot of people ask me what I do to deal with the bodies. Do I burn them or what? No, I just leave them. Make sure they die in a convenient place that I can just leave them. Much easier to make them move themselves to the right spot. It is a great day for shooting. See how tight that crosshair is? No wind or cloud cover. If anybody's not familiar, this is a trapper carbine. I have sorely underestimated the usefulness of this gun. It's literally just a pistol that can shoot really long, and it's a two-handed pistol. I kind of always understood that, you know, the carbines were in other first-person shooters I played, but I didn't understand the utility in this game of the fact that pistol ammunition is much easier to get higher quantities of. Draw. That is it for my... See, I'm talking about ammo, and as it's funny I should mention that, as I just ran out of 45 ACP again. It's just such a good platform right now. Now that I can actually tolerate pulling the magazine out, shoving bullets into it, and continuing. We're going to open up 2 more boxes of those. 50 bullets to the box. There are much better weapons to shoot long distance with in this game. I've literally got some in my truck right now. The only problem with them, of course, is that they all come 20 bullets to the box. So you can get a revolver, a 44, and nail medium shots even better than this carbine does. But 20 bullets to the box. So if you get used to it, you start shooting it a lot, you'll piss away all your ammo, and you'll never get it again. I have in the past quite literally exhausted stockpiles of certain ammo platforms just because I really enjoyed it. And next thing you know, I ain't got none left. That was a jam, actually. Nothing will stop that. Happens to the best of us. We're also getting into sickness territory here. Lots of corpses. Can't do much about that. This is Louisville, after all. Now, I haven't even had to resort to this, but if there were even more of them coming at me and they were at close enough range to be a problem, I would just pull out the 9mm. 9mm is high-capacity shooting. You'll notice that I'm just pathologically checking over my shoulder. I don't even mention it anymore. It's just part of survival in a place like this. Too many trees to ever assume that I have a clear 6, so I'm just always checking it. And there's the sickness. I I've been exposed to too many corpses for too long. I'm always wearing a bandana, so that actually does cushion the buildup of sickness. It doesn't slow it that much once you get this many corpses. To counter that, I have on my passenger seat here a half-mask respirator. That completely removes the sickness and allows my character to stop feeling queasy once I put it on. The flip side, it is a very uncomfortable thing. So you'll notice my discomfort level up here. You'll notice it get much higher, much faster. Anybody who's ever had to wear a mask in real life like this, you know what's going on there. It's not a very comfortable thing. I do wish this game had better modeling of the fact that you do get used to things like that. You know, if you've spent enough time wearing a specific type of mask, your character should start to get used to it. But, you know, that would make things a little too easy, now, wouldn't it? Bodies in the streets. Nothing new there. This corpse right here, because it's one of the only ones in the street, I just kind of rotate it a little bit. There we go. Nice and wide, drivable space there. Now, we're getting large interference coming from this direction. Nothing surprising about that. Let me demonstrate real quick, actually, how a proper rifle caliber feels great in this game. In fact, it feels so great that you'll see exactly why it's so easy for me to exhaust my ammo supplies of this. Remember this what we're shooting now, the MSR-7T. This is a 20 bullet to the box caliber. Not sure if y'all noticed how quickly I reload this. This is one of the few guns in the game that can accept ammo straps and actually have them function properly. Yeah, need a moment to get some space from these guys. I'll show some more long distance kills. Now there's only 4 bullets in the tube and there's no magazine, so ammo straps make more sense. Damn it. Not very many opportunities for long-distance kills once they get past that fence to the far right there. But this is the carbine, and because it's magazine fed, I gotta pull the magazine out, shove the bullets into the magazine, then put it back in. Contrast that with the way this works. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's just do 3. Watch how quickly I shove those 3 bullets in. It's night and day. It's night and day. I don't understand the difference, but apparently, I guess we were just having too much fun. It used to be that we were allowed to get a huge reloading skill bonus to reloading magazines. That has been nerfed very heavily, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. The reloading skill is so hard to level that there should be a great reward to actually leveling it up to level 8 like we have. But, well, that's the game we're playing right now. Now, here's a perfect spot for long-distance shooting. Now, you might notice I'm literally just dropping the gun. That's because I've already got a weapon on my back. There is, you can do a thing where you go back and forth between having 2 different weapons on your back. It's inconvenient. I'd prefer not to do it. This is probably going to be a 9mm situation here. Yep. Can't afford to get flanked, so. I said probably. Yeah, here we go. Three shots. I don't like having uneven magazines, so I quite literally am going to just finish this magazine off. I have only just noticed that I am very hungry. Just going to eat the rest of this roast. Almost didn't notice this guy here. Whenever there's enough corpses in an area, they actually kind of almost camouflage each other. Does uncomfortably affect... Okay, so uncomfortable used to affect happiness. It is actually changed, so now discomfort causes stress. But stress can be countered by killing zombies. So as long as you don't have other factors building up stress, if it's just your discomfort, then you can pretty strongly counter discomfort by killing zombies quickly enough. Now, the one counter to that, the other aspect is discomfort has always reduced your stamina regeneration. Usually it almost, I can't remember, this has only become a problem for me like once. I'm going to pull out the M16 actually. There's enough zombies for this to be worth it. Just a moment. Finish that thought. The M16 is also another one of those 20 bullet to the box platforms, so I save it for occasions. Discomfort decreases stamina regeneration. So if you rely on, or rather if you're low fitness, you're going to feel that a lot more than high fitness. The last time I actually noticed it was on a character who was 9 fitness, and spent a good, I don't know, 5 or so minutes straight in melee combat. And then she started not being able to regenerate her stamina. Even though if she had not been, uncomfortable, then she would have been able to regenerate her stamina almost indefinitely. The amount of melee fighting I was doing was not enough in and of itself to cause stamina problems. 6 shots in the current M16. Finish off this magazine. So those are the two factors, stress and stamina regeneration. Stress, if you let it build up, stress makes it harder to shoot, and past stage 2, you're starting to build up unhappiness, so you will get sad and then depressed if you allow yourself to stay stressed for too long. So there's a bit of a cycle that will eventually result in discomfort, making you actually sad again. It used to just straight up make you sad, but now it roundabout. It makes you stressed first and then sad. I want to say that we are in a decent spot here. I'm going to go ahead and rack the rest of the rounds out of this magazine for the M16, get it reloaded, put it back where I found it, so that it's loaded for another stressful situation. This M16 is only at half integrity now. I have replacements for it, but that is an interesting milestone to be aware of. Clocked another one coming out of on the right. Slow. Damn it. There'd be a fly on the wall of one of these houses and see exactly what's causing these zombies to flip through these windows when they went so long without doing it. They must have either come from a very long distance or something else. Now, it probably could also be the M16 is much louder than the other guns I've been using. The M16 and the MSR-70, the long rifle, those two are much louder than any of the other guns I've been shooting. I left them both on the floor here because it was the moment for long distance shooting had basically been done with. So by leaving this one on the floor, I was lightening my weight. By leaving that one on the floor, I freed myself up a little bit. Now, I don't know if this is functioning as intended, but the simple fact of me wearing a bandolier, a bullets bandolier, means that I refill any bullet-fed weapon faster. You would think that the bullets would have to be in the bandolier itself to get a reload speed bonus, but no. Literally just wearing the bandolier is all I need. Doesn't matter if I put the bullets in my backpack or literally just in my inventory. Oh dear. Well then. I seem to be surrounded. Not gonna let that happen. Might pull the M16 out again. Actually, there's no might. I'm going to. And there's the combat music. I actually have got to be a little careful of my backdrop here. It is possible, we have literally done it before, you can shoot your own truck and accidentally destroy the light bar on top of it. Or just damage it. And I don't want none of that. I thought that I had parked far enough back for the large groups we're dealing with here, but nope. Skill issue. The M16 we're using has a 4x scope on it. 4 times is the highest you can put on an M16. It makes it a little longer than medium, but it's definitely not a long-range weapon. Now, the bullets that I'm shooting from it, 556 or 7? Yeah, 556. The 556 could be shot from a MSR 700 at a longer distance. But the sheer utility of the M16 is, with 30 bullets to the magazine, that makes it worth it to shoot, even if it is slightly shorter distance. Usually I judge the value of a platform on how far I can throw the bullet, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, no, yes, if you go to sleep while you have discomfort, your stress will go up. And it'll keep going up the whole time you go to sleep. Definitely, I mean, you would think that the, you would think that the game would try to tell you, trying to sleep while not comfortable would build up stress. I mean, yes, in hindsight, that probably sounds like a logical train of thought, but the way this game presents some mechanics don't always follow logic, so you can't really say, oh yeah, that's just a logical conclusion. No, this game's systems are very specific. They're not always intuitive. Sometimes they're intuitive, but there are limits to the intuition you can follow to actually get things to make sense here. 6 shots in the M16. Damn it. Couldn't shoot her because of the trees. 4. Those are all bullets I've had to rack out, so 5 more shots. That's kind of wacky. Now, we have killed so many zombies up here that the more reasonable thing probably would have been to use a weapon of mass destruction against them. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, I understand completely, because for the longest time, explosives in this game have not worked against zombies. Explosives have been a PvP weapon. But no, as of more recent B42 builds, the explosives are actually great against zombies. Our preference is pipe bombs, remote pipe bombs. One coming through the trees, one in the parking lot to the right. That's a pawn shop over there, I think. If that's a pawn shop, that might actually also have guns in it. Pawn shops seem to have a little bit of everything here. You know, these guys who we keep getting coming through these buildings, I noticed one of them has a jockey helmet. I lost track of where the corpse is, but one of them had a jockey helmet. That tells me that what we might actually be doing is pulling zombies all the way from the stables, which is something we were going to do anyway. We were going to clear the stables. So we're actually we're accomplishing the goal that I set out to do, and something that I thought I had to do first. 2 birds with 1 stone, or something like that. Well, maybe I should actually reload the thing if I'm going to start using it again. Three more coming around, too. See, what they're probably having to do is go all the way around this double tall fence to the top of the screen here. That's probably why it's taken them so long to come around, and they end up coming around behind me here. Because they're making it around that fence, and then they're just going straight through these buildings. Okay. I'm willing to bet we probably use most of our MSR-17 ammo. Yeah, we've got like 5 shots of it left. There are plenty of boxes we could open, but it's good to use up the loose ammo. I have not sharpened my sword in a minute. That's actually not good. If you have the time to sharpen your sword, you should. Just gonna rotate a few of these bad boys. Whenever I drop a zombie after dragging it, I like to just use the push animation. That is faster. One more guy up there to the top. I got at least a narrow drivable space here. Oh, we must have been dealing with people from all the way down here. Okay. Not all of them, but some of them, definitely. Now, the rest of these guys out here, since we've got a nice big, wide open, drivable space, these guys are probably going to be subject to a pipe bombing. That being said, I have eaten my food for the day already. I was actually expecting to be back at the field base by now. That's okay. I am just going to go ahead and go back to Jericho and get something really fatty and chew on it real quick, and then we will resume what we were working on here. Jericho's literally just right up the road, so. For anybody joining, welcome. We made our way through Louisville's Central Park area, and we discovered that there's an outlet that takes us right up to close enough to cleared territory right here next to Jericho, so we can actually cut through the Central Park area. To get to Jericho, we just need to tidy up that corner up there. Still in weight gain, but no longer rapid, so I'm going to do the lazy thing. The lazy thing is to literally just eat an entire stick of butter, of which I do not have in this spot. Do I have some elsewhere? Probably. Probably not, it looks like. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna do a bean soup bombing. I'm using the word bomb a little bit literal here because this will be nuking my calories into orbit. One of these, and I'll probably have to worry about getting too fat. But at this point, let's do it. I'm gonna take some rice. And we're going to add some beans to it. Black beans, chickpeas, split peas, white beans, and maybe something like macaroni, if we have any. Surely I have macaroni around here somewhere. Yes. Oh, I can't put pasta into it. Fair enough. Kidney beans, then. Gonna add veggie oil and olive oil. Barbecue sauce, ketchup, mustard. Things I normally can't put on anything because most recipes won't take it. herbs from my own garden over here and over here. So this is like maximum overkill in terms of nutrition. Like it couldn't get more overkill than this. But that will take care of our weight gain and then some. I will actually have to worry about getting overweight at this point. On the flip side, this thing is incredibly heavy. Just gonna put it directly in the trunk for now. You can tell how I am linking up uncleared territory to cleared territory. If it wasn't clear what I meant by that before, you can see what I mean by it now. The part we drove through up here, I wiped out the zombies up here a long time ago for the most part. Past this little intersection here, that was not true. So we had to wipe all these guys out and then some from the beginning. Oh, my filters in the mask have broken. You can tell because my character is now affected by the bad stench up here. This awful odor moodle. So wearing the mask is no longer really worth my effort unless I replace the filter. Which we do actually have a replacement filter because we, just earlier in the stream, we found a respirator mask just like this one on a zombie. So all we got to do is yank the old filters out of this one and put the new filters into it. We keep the empty filters, though, because we can recharge those. We have the technology. It costs us a little bit of things like wood glue and adhesive tape, charcoal, stuff like that. But, yeah, we can do that. I saw a duffel bag on this lady, and it looks to be a very nice color. Very dark blue. Not quite a perfect match for my outfit, not like the other ones, but I like it. I'll take it. Alright, so, I was mentioning earlier, one of my other tactics for removing large quantities of zombies involves the placement and detonation of a pipe bomb. If anybody is watching is new, that is what we do here very often for dealing with large groups of zombies. It is the most effective way to remove them all at once. Now that I'm seeing large quantities in a commercial area here, that is what we'll be doing here. We're going to place a bomb. Whenever you place your bomb, you want a point of reference that is taller than the zombies, even when there's lots and lots and lots of them. I like to use streetlights as my points of reference. Problem with the streetlights in this area is most of them are at the edge of a road that I want to keep clear. And that's not conducive to my goals because I want to be able to drive on these roads. Let's see here. I'm going to use this street light to the bottom center of the screen that I highlighted with the green tile there. We're going to use that one. That's going to require us to hand clear a couple of zombies first. Come on now. I know I'm fatigued, but that's annoying. Okay. You know what? Maybe I don't have to clear any more than that. Let's just take a pipe bomb. We always keep them in the trunk here. Take one out of the trunk. Grab the remote controller. We right-click on the bomb and link it to the remote controller. We do not forget to do so. Otherwise, when we flip the remote controller, nothing happens. And we end up looking like an idiot. So now I right-click on the bomb and hit arm and set. So this street light, which we can very easily see even after it starts swarming with zombies, this street light is now a point at which we can detonate a bunch of zombies. But the zombies aren't there yet, so that's why we always drive around in a vehicle with a light bar on it. Engine power notwithstanding. Another thing real quick is I'm going to swap my half-mask respirator, put the bandana back on. There's no corpses in this area yet, so we'll put that back on if we need to get back out and clear more of these guys. But otherwise, time to light it up. Set phasers to stun. Cruise control at 5 miles an hour. Keeps you ahead of even the fastest among them. Only need to increase speed when we start dodging them up here. Bring it on up to 10. And back down to 5. Make sure they can all keep up. Now what I'm going to do is once we get a bunch of these guys up here, we're probably going to loop around and do another pass down at that commercial center down there. Maybe. Oh yeah, let me also get a time code. Pipe bombing activities are some of the funnest stuff I do on this channel, so keeping track of when I place the bomb and when I detonate it is a fun thing for my viewers who catch things in the future here. So we place the bomb, let's say, at 1 hour and 40 or so minutes here. Maybe 1:42. I'm going to loop back around now. I've led a big group of them up past the detonation site. You know what I'm thinking I'm going to do? I'm going to go all the way around this gardening supply store that I didn't even know existed. Or at least that's what I would do if that double tall fence wasn't there. So I'm going to have to do something creative here. Given the choice, I will always try to bump into them with the side of my vehicle instead of the front. Oh, we also got a Louisville Police Department here. I didn't know that there ever was one other than the metro in the middle of the city. We got a garage over here and everything. Yeah, there might be some light bars on the racks in there. One of the very few left on the map that I haven't looted. So I had to go. Oh, that's a police car I haven't collected yet. Is that Jefferson? No, City of Louisville. Okay. Okay, so, yeah. Good to know. I was having an internal argument with myself over whether Jefferson County existed in this universe. In real life, Jefferson County is where Louisville is. Louisville, Kentucky. But in this universe, Meade County is still a thing. That's a real-life county, but Jefferson doesn't appear to be. So we went a little further afield than I wanted to and going in this direction, but that's fine. It's just going to take a little while to bring all these guys up to the kill zone. Now that's a lot of zombies. They're coming through the gardening store, but then they're going to get stuck on this fence here. but there's so many zombies in that group, we might be able to get them to actually break through the fence. In order for zombies to break through a fence, there's got to be like 25 of them within 3 tiles. That might be the most expeditious way to get them through here, is to just let them group up in that corner. It's a little bit difficult to actually intentionally orchestrate that, but seeing as there is a corner to the fence. Alright, gonna loop back around now that they've passed here. That is going to be very difficult to orchestrate, them breaking through that fence back there. That might just deal with anybody who's stuck on that fence with a shotgun later. Once they're all stuck up together on the fence, we can make short work of them with a shotgun, as long as we've cleared everybody outside of the area. But we're also fatigued now. We can deploy some coffee to shut that up, but in a perfect world I wouldn't do that, because that messes up my sleep schedule. Sleep schedules might sound like a first world concern, but it's actually very important to maintain a reliable measure of when you're going to get fatigued every day. For us today, we're about an hour earlier than I usually get fatigued. That actually can be chalked up to the fact that we've spent a lot of time overheated today. Oh, look at that. Okay. They can go around this way. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm starting to wonder if I actually have enough space to execute this properly. Hang on, let's loop back this way then. So pipe bombs have an explosive radius of 7 tiles. Also, I'm an idiot. I left my food in the trunk, and I can't access the trunk without getting out. So let me get that real quick. The food is so heavy that I'm actually like super encumbered just by picking it up. Oh, this is a tight fit. I can nail this. You can fit a car through 2 tiles, but that's I'm not comfortable with that. Not normally. So we're basically just going back and forth on this road as we wait for everybody who was gummed up on the other side to come around that fence and join us in the road here. In a perfect world, what we'll do is we'll form up a group of people, just a human snake of them going down the road. I'm gonna nail this zombie here with a shot out the window. She's got a hiking backpack on. Collects that. Yep. I mean, when we're hungry, got to keep our weight gain up. This is going to cause us some damage. I don't think there was ever a point where I was going to get out of this without taking some damage. Damage to my vehicle, not me. In fact, I'm actually gonna... So because I have so much weight on my person right now because of the stupid food and how heavy it is, I'm actually going to do a thing real quick here while we wait for those Zeds to catch up. There's a garbage bag in my backpack that's full of pipes. That's why I'm so overloaded. By taking that out, I can put the beans into my backpack now. And that will not have me too uncomfortable. Alright, I need to measure the blast radius here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I cannot detonate the bomb while I am driving past it on this side. I literally cannot detonate. I recently discovered, don't ask me how, Recently discovered that I can damage myself with my own pipe bombs, so I need to be very careful about being anywhere near the blast radius. In fact, at this point, I need to find out if I can get around Pizza World from behind here. Nope, not with all those trees. Okay. Despite appearances, this is really not a good spot for a pipe bombing. I chose what's going to be the most convenient for driving later after the bombing, as opposed to the bombing itself. If I just cared about blowing up as many zombies as possible, and I didn't care where all the corpses landed, this streetlight right here would have been much better. I'd have plenty of room to drive around it on all sides. But I'm trying to think longer term than that here. And that may cost me some integrity of my vehicle as we navigate this horde that we've assembled. In a perfect world, I would get all of these idiots slapping the fence in here around the fence. Or maybe I could just get the horde to bust a hole in the fence. That'd be nice too. I get the feeling that this is definitely not going to be one of my most effective bombs. A couple streams ago, I had some of the best I've ever done. We had one or two of them were at 98% efficacy. And it was one of those 98%ers that we actually damaged ourselves to. Switch between two places quickly. There's no avoiding a little bit of circling. A little bit of circling is required to form the blob in the first place. Just going back and forth between 2 points is probably not going to be enough to blob them properly. I mean, but what we've been doing basically is going back and forth right now. And you can see we've got a like a snaky shape of people as opposed to a like a blob. We need a proper circular blob. I do think we've got the makings of our group here. And I no longer care about those 4 or 5 that are on the other side of the fence. So I'm going to sheepdog these guys. Sheepdogging is a classic tactic that I don't employ as often when I have more room, but sheepdogging just means you're going back and forth right in front of the group and having the group follow you. Sort of reverse sheepdogging, because your standard sheepdog is making the sheep run away from them as opposed to the other way around. So remember, the bomb is on that street light right here that I'm shining the light towards. I'm going to do like a sort of a semicircle around them like this until all the slow ones get around that corner there. And then we'll have our blob positioned as best I can to start getting them on the right spot. See him going around the fence? If I just give him a little bit more time. Oh, hey, Mish. Yep, welcome back. This is what we're doing here is a pipe bombing. We've got the pipe bomb placed. I'll highlight it when we pass it here. We've got the pipe bomb placed on a street light nearby here. And what we need to do is get the zombies mustered up together into a 7x7 circle. Circle with a radius of 7 tiles around where we've placed the bomb, which is, for better or worse, the street light right here. This street light here is where the bomb is. 7 tiles in any direction away from it will be erased from existence. And we've done a pretty bang-up job of getting all the zombies around this attackable fence here. So now all we've got to do is some very careful loops to turn this horde into a blob, and then click the button and make them all boom. Now, one of the problems is, I identified this earlier, we're in the blast radius, even if we hug the fence as close as humanly possible. If I was to detonate right now, I would be in the blast radius. I would take shrapnel. And I have no idea how bad the injuries from that get. I am never going to do that again. I am always going to be prioritizing my character's safety over getting more pipe bomb blow-ups. It's never worth it. Your character's safety is the most important thing in this game. Otherwise, what's the point of anything? Whenever I'm doing a pipe bombing like this, I always think about when I have critical mass, which is where I can drive circles freely around the group. We're probably never going to have proper critical mass here because of the simple fact that I'll never be able to drive circles freely around the group as we assemble them down here. But we are doing a great job of getting them collapsed down into a blob. These slow ones who are taking forever to join the group, they don't count. They really don't count. What's the exit plan? You'll see. You'll see. Yeah, normally I would set the cruise control at this point, but we have reached a point where I cannot cruise control. I have to constantly micro-adjust my speed. The moment I go over 5 miles an hour, some of them fail to path target properly and they start leaving the group. You notice that we are now stressed. That is because of how many zombies are slapping the fence. Almost there. I'm going to get my UI ready. Make the inventory window smaller so I can monitor the group easily. We're just about there, I think. I'm going to have to do this blind. I'm not going to be able to look at the group while we hit the button. Ah, damn it. Okay. Too many of them were behind me. That was probably only about 70% or so. I mean, it was a beautifully large chunk, but we could have done so much better with a pipe bomb. That's all right. I'm going to now clean up the rest of them with the shotgun. Shotgun in my hands. Now I also need some coffee. Cut it a little close there. That was a little risky. I was confident in my timings, but I have made stupid mistakes like that before. We're going to use this fence to devastating effect now. Yeah, alright. Beautiful. One from behind now. I heard the flip. Yes? No? I kept looking over my shoulder pathologically, expecting to see a zombie around here, but we've done a great job of getting them out of that building. Now, there are plenty of stragglers left. Plenty of stragglers left. But I'm going to put away the shotgun and clean everybody else up with the carbine. We did not actually take that much damage with the truck. I feared a lot more damage than... No, we only lost about 10 storage space in the trunk of the truck. That is usually the metric by which I judge damage. And of course, we took no damage to ourselves. That was beautiful. Like I said, about 7 out of 10 on the placement of the bomb, but by dint of having a environment in our favor here, this fence allowed us to clean up beautifully. Thanks to this fence, we got a very clean exit to that. This road, of course, is not going to be usable for weeks, but this is not the road I was trying to clear. That was this road was the one I was trying to clear. So all objectives completed for the night. 7 out of 10 on specific execution, but 10 out of 10 on overall goal. I'll take it. I know how to take the dub, trust me. I know how to take the dub. Sounded like Pizza World. Now there's still gonna be plenty of people who were just stuck somewhere while we were up here doing our business, and they're only just gonna start getting unstuck because now that we've stopped making noise constantly, they're gonna stop attacking whatever it is they're trying to attack to get to us, and then start moseying out towards us. So that's how we get a lot of stragglers that we just don't have the action economy to handle overnight here. We're gonna go ahead and bail out for the night. Now, when it comes to the stuff I'm carrying in my hand, there was this duffel bag and this garbage bag that both need to go to my forward base. I'm just going to leave them right here in the middle of the road where I can't miss them. And we're going back to base. Catch a good night's sleep now. I don't know about you guys. I would have a little trouble sleeping after a situation like that, but our character is she's a beast. She has handled a lot of powerful stuff. She has killed 40,947 zombies, aside from the ones that we've blown up in the pipe bombs, because unfortunately remote bombs do not count towards your kill total. So while the kill total over there says 40,000, it's probably closer to, I wouldn't say quite double that, but maybe 1.5 times that. That sounds like a fair assessment, because we've done a lot of bombing activities. Now, if you're not, pipe bombs, remote pipe bombs, are a bit of a difficult thing to work towards. What you've got to do first is get the recipe. Hang on. Nope, thought I heard a zombie slapping something. We're good. You have to get the recipe first, and the recipe I've always found to be the hardest part. You can start as an electrician, and I think you might actually have the recipe if you start as an electrician. Don't quote me on that. I know there's a few professions that give you recipes that can be helpful with bombing. But when it comes to actually getting the best of the recipes, which is pipe bombs, I don't know if any of the starter professions give it to you. But at the end of the day, it is a rare magazine. Cheapskate John's homemade explosives. I actually have a copy of it right here. I find it to be extremely hard to find, but once I find one copy of it, then I find a billion, and I start using them as bed sheets. Let's go ahead and catch our first sleep here. Still in rapid weight gain, so we can continue nibbling on that soup as appropriate. I have to step away briefly IRL, and when I get back, we will look into... We're just gonna... Actually, when I get back, I'll probably be ready to sleep again. Then, after our second sleep, we will return to where we were just at and finish cleaning up that supply line. Engineers do start with recipes for pipe bombs. Okay, good to know. I've never started an engineer, so... Yep, y'all do what this man tells you, because that's good. Otherwise, it's just getting to electrical level 6. That's the threshold that I personally want to meet, so that I can do the remote controllers. Otherwise, I'll be right back, folks. Just a moment. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Thank you. Hopefully the chair had something nice to contribute. Alright. Let us resume where we left off here. We're going to catch our second sleep if she's ready for it. She's not ready for it. That means she's going to chill for a second. Then we're going to try again. I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to keep doing that until she's ready. Because I don't believe I do not believe. Damn it. This is what happens when you drink coffee. Things just break. Well, the only solution at this point, I'm not going to waste any more time on that. We're just going to go ahead and drink one more coffee then. That will eliminate a lot of fatigue. I'm not going to drink the coffees that I have on standby here. I'm just going to make another one. I should have plenty here at Jericho that I can make. Just refill the cup that I had there. I keep coffee in the container beneath the machine, so all I got to do is fill up a mug and I can make some. And I don't need anything special in the coffee today because I'm just drinking it to shut the fatigue up before it builds up on me too quickly. I believe that was the last of the coffee that was in this container, though. So let's take one out of over here. I prefer to use up one at a time as opposed to just constantly switching between them, which is what the game will do if you store it all in one place. So this is just to replenish the coffee that we drank last night. I will spruce it up with some happy stuff here. Common mallow, black sage. These are all herbs from my garden that I grew a couple years ago here. Well, a year and a half ago or something like that here. I would have harvested it... Never mind, I would have harvested it just shy of a year ago. Beautiful, okay. Several herbs. We can also put sugar in it. I've got 1 billion sugar packets and sugar cubes here. And so I put that into the bag of emergency backup coffee here. All right. Looks like we got good weather today again. Always down for good weather. I think I'm going to go ahead and prep myself for long distance shooting here, which just involves really stopping before we get to the corpse piles and putting the MSR-17 in my hands, as well as we're going to open the rest of these loose boxes of ammo for the MSR-17. So we got 160 shots. I don't want to be using the vast majority of those, just a portion of them. I'm also going to open 2 boxes 45 ACP. That is for the medium distance shooting and the carbine. And then my bandolier could use another 2 boxes of 357 for the revolver. Basically, we just went from front to back in terms of long to short distance shooting. The longest distance that we'll be doing will start with the MSR-17. That is got the 8x scope on it. When targets get too close, we drop it, we switch to the carbine, plank any targets that get close, and then from that point, if anybody's too close for the carbine to work properly, that's where the revolver comes in, or in high capacity, that's where the 9mm comes in. Which reminds me, we need to stage one more replacement mag for the 9mm here. I very rarely actually have to resort to the 9mm these days, because that means the rest of my game is not requiring a backup. The 9mm is just basically a backup, situational backup for too many of them in close quarters, and I don't feel like falling back. Falling back is always the most sensible thing to do. Never get yourself into the mindset that falling back is not a good idea. Mod policy, I talk about it in the description. You're looking at the only mods that I'm running right now, just a couple of texture changes. As long as the game is in an unstable state, I'm not really interested in anything that could increase the game's instability, which in my mind is anything that changes the save. So that's anything that adds new items or anything like that. So that's a lot of mods are basically discounted from there. But Stable's coming up soon, so I may run more mods in the not-too-distant future, depending on when Stable starts showing up. And exactly what gets added with Stable. Because if it's not that much, then I might switch games for a little bit. One of my tactics that I've been trying to get better at is when I'm shooting like this, in this style, what I try to do is focus the rifle on the faster moving zombies and let the slower ones just get closer to me and deal with them without even working with a gun. Slow shamblers are so easy to deal with that it doesn't make sense to be spending bullets on them necessarily. Slow shamblers are only dangerous if you let them get too close. I mean, that's true of all zombies, but, you know, as their speed goes up, they become more dangerous regardless of positioning. Now this, okay, that was tempting to make those shots, but there's no reason to. There's no reason to because these, it's literally just a shooting gallery. Yeah. Now, when I'm switching back and forth between long guns, I got the carbine in my hand. What I do is I hold one and then put the tactical rifle on my back. So I'm not over-encumbering myself too much. I'm still pretty heavy. I wouldn't want to be fighting melee right now, running around like this. But that is, switching between back weapons is a tactic. Valid tactic. There's a lot of them slapping the windows, the barred windows of this building down here, bottom left of center. They will never break those. I don't even know if it's possible to break those. They're the same kind of windows that you see on the Rosewood prison. Literally me. Was it the one on Steve Lato's video? Because that's the one I keep getting notifications about that one to this day. It was either Lato or Rossman. Those are the ones I usually jump into the comments pretty quickly. Now these, I don't want to go in between these trees to nail these guys. This is where I switch from the carbine back to the rifle for convenience sake. Going into those trees where they could be anywhere just feels like a death trap. Here we go. I don't really care about being able to drive on this road, so... Lots of people slapping the wooden fence to my left there, and there's not much I can do about them from this side, short of building a building a staircase or something. I literally have done that before, but not in this situation. That's not worth it. Somebody's on the fence, but I can't tell where. Wait, there you are. See myself getting stressed there in the top right. That would be the Billy flapping of the wooden fence there. There's nothing I can do about that without going around there into that backyard full of trees and line of sight blockage. No. I'm stressed and there's not much I can do about it now. I'm just gonna fall back. The ones that are slapping the fence back here, they'll come around eventually. There's a way through bottom left, right underneath the protection window. I actually carry around books specifically for when shit like this happens. But I don't know if I have enough time to read it before they start coming up on me. I'm going to put away the long-distance rifle for now. I think we've expended our allotment for the immediate moment. I don't know if I'll be able to... Well, you know what? Haha. Ambush that. Poke you. Magazine there. And catalog and another magazine. I'm just going to stand here and read these real quick. So get rid of the stress. Regrettably, I am a slow reader, and I'm not willing to fast forward more than 2 times when there's potentially foot mobiles in the area. There we go. Stress is gone. Let's have the rest of this rice here. Definitely keep our weight going. We're at 77 kilos, so we're definitively past that threshold of being too skinny. See these guys here? I want to say that a number of these are the ones who were slapping the fence after we pieced out and gave them no further incentive to get mad and slap the fence. They continued coming around the fence to investigate the noise. So a strategic pause was all that was required. It used to be a lot more difficult to get them to stop hitting the fence. Thankfully, the devs have been actively improving the AI on that for B42 here. Hey kitten, how's it going? We had a lovely pipe bombing activity earlier. Only got about 70% of them, but then we got a beautiful, easy cleanup with the fence there. And just because some of them came around the fence does not mean there are not more of them. I hear that bassy thumping sound. That is the sound of a zombie slapping something large and wooden. I'm going to go ahead and fall back before I get stressed again. Remember, every time you hear that little wooden bassy thump, that's +1 stress, 25, and you're at the middle. Another zombie there body blocked me. I didn't even see him. See this one here? If I step back a little farther, the vines completely block her. Alright, so our goal was to clear this intersection here. Pretty damn successful, minus any stragglers that are going to wander around eventually. Doing pretty well today. We've got, so what we did when we started out today is we actually made our way through the outer ring of the Central Park area here, and we discovered that there's an outlet that brings us right here to the corner of Waverly, which leads straight to Jericho. So going through Central Park to get to Jericho is actually, I wouldn't say it's a very fast option, but it is an option for sure. I just find that to be quite interesting, so I decided to clear all the way up to this intersection so that Central Park, at least on 3 out of 4 sides, is wiped out. Also, I never knew that this was a pawn shop up here, the one that says cash jewelry and whatnot. I hadn't paid very much attention to that sign. I'm going to take a look in there and see if pawn shops sometimes have very interesting stuff. In real life and in game. We'll need a sledgehammer, I think, because you can see the shutters on the window. Just put that in my hands preemptively. Oh no, it's just shutters on the windows, looks like. Okay, I'm going to put the sledge away, and I'm going to check upstairs first, because I think I heard somebody mouth breathing there. I think this is one of those joints where the upstairs is discreet. It's got a stairs in the back. That is locked. Thrifting is honestly a very underrated way of getting some pretty cool stuff. There's an obsession with buying new stuff that I think definitely deserves a bit of destigmatization. Okay, second floor clear. I swear I heard some mouth breathing. Let's clear the bathroom and then it's probably downstairs in that case. Yep, okay. Steal this guy's flag. And his light bulb. Honestly, this is a valid place to sleep. Second floor, behind 2 doors. And it's already got a pillow on the bed. This is quite literally a very valid place to sleep. I'm gonna go ahead and put an S on the map for this. I don't even know if I'll ever use it, but I like to be aware of places that are safe to sleep. Second floor and behind 2 doors, basically it just means there's 2 hard surfaces that got to be broken in order to get to me if I want to sleep here. As for the pawn shop itself, if I wasn't mistaken and I was actually hearing a zombie, we've narrowed down the possibilities to this back room here. Back room, bathroom, maybe? No, just storage. Okay, I was hearing things. Or maybe it, I can't rule out that I heard something on the other side of the fence back here. Doesn't really matter. No targets in sight. We'll take a look at, and look at that. A gun case, saxophone case, but there's nothing in the gun case. False alarm. Yeah, no. I sincerely hope that I never end up spending too much time near somebody who mouth breathes that much, like zombies do in this game. I will have flashbacks in their presence. I think the zombies in this game are pretty unique. I can't remember the last time I've heard somebody make the noises these things do. So far, no guns or katanas. Technically speaking, every one of these containers has a 1.5% chance, I think. This is a pawn shop, right? So pawn shop loot tables, most containers are 1.5% chance. That might only be shelves. Lots of books here. Practically none of them. Oh, Trapping 2 is something I can actually read. I already have copies of it, but sure, why not? Everything else I've already read. Fun story about pianos on this channel. We don't we don't do pianos anymore. Not since the incident. All right, let's check the back rooms here. Some hammers. Some electrical disassembly. Ammo. Hell yeah. More ammo. Hell yeah. And then one scrap. Okay. So no guns, but plenty of ammo. I will take every bit of it. There's a duffel on the floor here. Let's put the ammo that we're finding in that duffel. Yeah. I'll take this peaked military hat just for the shits and giggles. It's a rare one. You can only find those in certain select places. Alright, then we'll take the radio, step outside, disassemble the electrical items we've picked up, and then we are on to more interesting things. Actually, there's no reason to step outside. I'm safer in here. Found another half-mast crest. Oh, those are mine. I actually thought that was not mine for a second. No, that needs to go where it in the correct location. Now, in addition to what the duffel bag I just filled up, we also need to take this one here to our new base. They're both full, so we're going to be a bit tight on the inventory here. You know what? I'm going to bypass that problem entirely. We're not going to be a little tight on the inventory here. I'm just going to load up the rest of the stuff that I need to take with me into a garbage bag here and put it right next to the other garbage bag. We're going to come back with a trailer. Just a proper trailer, as opposed to, towing a step van everywhere. Still a little bit awkward, but it's a lot easier to work with than a step van. That way I don't need to stop and get out and start hand carrying the stuff anymore. There might even be some more stuff that I want to pick up back at the horse racing track now that we're going to drive past it. And there should be most of the Zeds out of it by now. The trailer that I'm talking about should just be right up here on the right. I can't remember if this one had anything important in it. Metalworking stuff. Yeah, this is important stuff. Damn it. That's the only trailer I have on site at the moment. Alright, I'll take Jorgensen's then. It's fine. Jorgensen's is full. Forgot about that. Okay, so I have no vehicles that I can put stuff into right now. Damn. This is what happens when you use vehicles as cheap storage. That storage tends to fill up. I'll just come back with a different vehicle. It's fine. Theoretically, I should have opened a supply line going this way now. So theoretically, it should be easy. Just gonna check and see if I left any food in these. I don't think I did, but cereal. I'll eat the one that's almost empty, and then we'll look for some food on the way out. You know, I might be able to take all of this with hand carry. I never want to forget, I've got frame packs on me. I have the technology. I'm going to make use of it. Now that's going to require me to drop some stuff. These bags are imbalanced. One of them's full, the other one's not even half. So I'm going to balance these bags. Otherwise, one of them will be too heavy to pick up. Now they're both about 17 or 18 each. So let's try one on this side and one on this side. Not quite. I'm just going to drop some of these broken pipes. I literally don't need all of them. There we go. And now I put my guns back on. It is a strange thing, optimizing how much you can carry in this game. But when you learn all the nuance to it. The trick is getting bags in your hands and then just making sure you can pick up what you need to fit in those bags. I quite literally have more available carry weight across all the bags when I have them in my hands than an actual literal trailer. But on the flip side, now I'm combat ineffective. If I get out, I can't start just fighting. Otherwise, I will drop those bags. So, after clearing this whole segment, we can actually get straight onto the trail from here. This is not the most optimal place to get on it, though, if we're driving. We have it would require some landscaping to go along this path. Now, this is why I never came to Central Park to begin with, because I thought all of the paths were going to be like this. Overgrown with small trees to the point of being very difficult, if not outright impossible to navigate. I think we can go around this. Hang on. Nope, this might be a checkmate. Remember, we need at least 2 tiles to fit a vehicle through. Yep, I think this is a checkmate. Yep. Possibly we can go this way. See, I always carry an axe with me, but that's not going to help me if my hands are full, is it? Now, this isn't taking us straight to the trail, but I do think we confirmed that we can actually get through the woods on this side, where there isn't even a trail. Or did I did that on foot. I did that on foot. Yep, not happening. I would have to get out and spend quite a bit of time with the axe to make that happen. It was worth a try, but no, we do not actually have a clear supply line from this side of the end of the street. But if we go up here to Cumberland, we will. Only problem is I probably have not wiped out all the zombies up here yet. So it might take a little bit of bumpity bump to get past them. Reload my water here. Stay hydrated, my friends. Yeah, still have some zombie cleanup to do here, and that's okay. I'm not in a particular rush. I would like to get what's in my hands out of my hands before we proceed with further exploration back here. Yeah. I'm glad that you can stomach watching my streams. That means that I've balanced my microphone correctly. So, I feel like if that was the case, if I hadn't balanced my mic properly, then it would be picking up a lot more than it should be. That might have been one of the only stragglers in this area. We got out and did quite a bit of fighting here, but yeah, whatever. I can go around him. We're taking the scenic route in multiple ways here. This is also the no bad frame rate route. I have not noticed any frame drops traveling back and forth along this road, and that's one of the... In the current build of the game, that is a strategic benefit. Definitely takes longer to go this way than we could ever make it, but that's all right. All part of the experience sometimes. After a certain point, we'll be able to clear out the rest of the areas that surround this place, and we'll be able to traverse them much more easily. You know, I left this for pickup too. I do not know if I'll be able to actually pick it up, though. There may be enough room in the trunk. I was kind of discounting the trunk, but now that I took some stuff out of it, we've got about 13. And it weighs 11. Go figure. What a nice fit. Okay. Everything went better than expected. As you can see by the stragglers walking around out there, there definitely is nothing clear about that particular side of the supply line yet, which is okay. That is perfectly fine. We have done a pretty good job progressing down Waverly and Wellington on this side. This would be a Wellington gas station base. Lovely little place. Alright, that's the contents of my bags. Let's put the bags themselves back in the truck where they belong. These bags are actually so heavy by themselves that the simple act of taking them out of the trunk of the truck is what let me put that last backpack of loot that we left behind. That's the only reason I could fit it in there. These backpacks weigh 8 encumbrance put together. Oh yeah, no, well, so you can look at that in two different ways, Kitty. You could say that that would increase your awareness of zombies by a whole bunch. On the flip side, that would mean that if you were a character in this universe, your stress levels would probably be more elevated than the baseline. already have a couple of books here. Leave these two behind. I had one of my managers, former managers at my current job. I've actually been through 3 managers now at my current job. Imagine being at a job longer than your own managers. But no, my previous one, he had I don't want to say that he was one of those guys who would spend a lot of time watching ASMR, but the number of times that he would make ASMR jokes tells me that he probably was somebody who partook in a lot of it. I'm not sure why our flag decided to not show up when we put it on the wall here. Some of these fossil oil walls just don't like flags very much. Oh, I picked up the wrong thing. That was the laundry cart. Oops. Let's try the other wall here. Could I do it here? Nope. It just doesn't like these walls particularly. I think the exterior walls are fine. Why can't I place it there, I wonder? Nope. Just fossil oil just doesn't like those walls, or those decorations, I guess. In that case, how about over here? Somewhere where I'll almost never see it, perhaps. I think we might not have been able to put it here because there was a... Yeah, look at that. There's supposed to be a fossil oil sign here. But there's not, because we can't see it. It's not false advertising, it's right around the corner. Yeah. I, too, am not the biggest fan of chewing with mouth open. Even for the memes. I'm going to put some broken iron pipes in the right counter here. The left counter is electrical and etc. Probably should sort through this a little better. If it starts filling up, I'll definitely sort through it a lot better. This duffel is mostly foodstuffs that was at the previous base, and now can stay at this one. We're going to put large quantities of coffee on this side, and just one coffee on this side, because that's the one that'll be used if I step in front of the, whatchamacallit, washing machine there, where the coffee machine is. And don't ask me where that is, because I don't know. And I probably never will know. Just too many apartments to my right. Or townhouses, rather. Mostly the pawn shop in this one. All the loose ammo can go straight into the SWAT van. Now, some of the loose ammo we just put in there is enough to make another carton. We'll revisit that in a moment. Put empty bags in that. Boxes of things can go up to the next level here. That'll help take off a little bit of the storage elements here. Excellent. Lots of canned food from these were not survivor zombies. These were like looters of some kind. Glue. They got me some glue, so I don't care who they are. They're my hero right now. They also had some cash. I like to use cash as bed sheets. Never know when you'll need another roll. Alright, that's everything. This garbage bag can just get left on the floor next to the crafting area where we'll be making more pipe bombs. Because the garbage bag just contains a bunch of broken iron pipes. And that's one of the key bulky ingredients to making more pipe bombs. Girl's pretty hungry, and we don't have any prepped food. Want to keep gaining weight, so I'm going to have something very easy like a chocolate bar here. Yeah, high calorie, decent carbs, and can eat the whole thing, and I'll shut all the hunger up. That does leave us with a little bit of time to explore the local area. Perhaps what I'll do now is return in the direction where we were coming from the other side up here, yet unexplored at the moment. So part of this Central Park area is a golf course. I don't know exactly how much real estate is golf course versus park, but there's definitely some of both. A golf course would definitely not have just random footpaths that people can walk into it on. I live nearby several golf clubs. They are all very well fenced. They don't want the plebeians wandering in. Ugh. Brother, ugh. Where does the path start on this side? Got to go down in front of that yellow building, and then we're on the path. Okay. Now, one of the reasons that I think we might not see too much Zed activity in this part of the area is semi-recently, we had a huge group of zombies pop up kind of out of nowhere in this parking lot. And I want to say that happened because zombies were in the middle of the golf course, and they kind of migrated up in this direction. Because what we did is we initially cleared this area, and then all those zombies popped up, and we bombed them in this parking lot. So I want to say that means that the migrations will have pulled them out of this area, so we won't actually run into too many of them. But that is the thesis. We must test it. This is even narrower than the rest of the pathing in here. 2 tiles is enough, but we're pushing it there for 3 tiles. Oh, look at that. Thesis is, I'm not going to call it incorrect, but definitely not 100% correct. Now this right here is a use case for the wood axe. The wood axe is a very difficult weapon to make use against zombies, but against trees, the smaller trees, can be pretty much one-shot or two-shot with it. So having one of those with you and you're clearing paths like this, if I was interested in fully clearing it, which right now I'm just really exploring. I'm not interested in fully clearing it when I don't know its strategic value yet. But like this tree right here, I could one-shot it if I got out with a wood axe. So landscaping this area into something more drivable wouldn't be the hardest task in the world. But it might not be the most fruitful, especially now that we've gotten some of the roads around this area clear. Now that, okay, look at this, look at this, look at this rock. Look at this massive rock right next to the road, and then look at how much of that rock we got to see behind this tree. That's some good old isometric bullshit right there is what that is. Same problem here, but we're all right. Thread the needle. I think that constitutes the rest of this area explored, except for maybe this last little upper chunk here. Now, if we loop back, if we go in on this inner circle here, I think we can get across to the other side. If not, we'll find out. I would like to know all of the paths here. See, it's so funny to see the folks in chat talking about mouth noises being some of the most annoying things in the world when there's quite literally an entire genre on YouTube called, it's called mukbang, where people just sit there and eat in front of the camera so that, and they make sure that the microphone picks up every single little mouth noise. And then they chat, you know, they'll do a little bit of yap while they're eating, but honestly, it's so wild to see how some people are just into that so much that they'll specifically create a genre of video for it, while other people just can't stand it. I don't have too strong feelings, but I don't get the appeal, so I'm like, you'll never catch me looking up mukbang content. Except to laugh at Nikocado Avocado. That was pretty funny. It was that crash out that individual went through. Oh, hello there. Found our neighbors. I'm going to bypass those guys for a moment so I can find a slightly better spot here. Guinness World Record for survival in Project Zomboid. The closest thing to that probably would be that screenshot that keeps floating around the Steam pages of some dude who had a 10-year run on Apocalypse. This is not a very good situation. I'm just going to go straight through this guy. Okay, here's a much better spot to fight. I'm not going to pull out the gun right now. We can handle this with melee. Turned around too quickly. Making stupid mistakes. Targets coming in from directly above you are never fun. Or directly above or directly below like this. It becomes a little harder to judge distances. You can see how bad things could get quickly if I started shooting. Oh, that zombie had a club hammer on him. Tossing that on the floor real quick. Yeah, I mean, honestly, when it comes to just how long you've survived, the devs are making it increasingly easy to just live off the grid and never have to do anything. One top. It's probably just the simple fact that there's a path right there. That would explain the traffic in this area. I think I've got this, but it's cutting it close. Yeah, the lunge is a question mark. Now we're good.
Hey!
Oh, wow. Look at all that. Falling back. Louisville, baby. It's a ghost town until it's not. Falling back. I honestly, fighting them as they're coming down from above. It's much better to fight them from left to right like that. Both of my swords need sharpening. Falling back a little farther. Getting close to bedtime here. We don't stop and do that. Our blades do not last very long. While you were growing in the darkness, I was studying the sword. Taste my blade.
Hey!
I cannot guarantee that I have a clear 6 here. See how quickly they lose track of me. All they need is a moment of line of sight breakage. We'll be able to split this group up, hopefully pretty well. Now, it might not look like it, but we're not just clearing people out of the forest here. We're also clearing them out of the edge of a residential area. What's the current goal? Current goal is, survive. Current objective, survive. You know, priorities. Maybe, also not have to nub my sword down to a blunt heap. Switching to Shetty here.
Hey!
That's right. Calling you out. Predicting half a dozen or so. More than that. Somebody slapping the wooden fence over there to the left. Oh boy. Okay then. Yeah, we're not clearing this by hand. But, got a good measure of what's the population on foot in this area, and it's a lot. So, yeah, we'll deal with them a different way. Ah, okay. I see. That road is basically untouched. So here's what I'm going to do. We have identified a safe place to sleep right here. That is actually pretty close, and it's, well, getting back to Wellington Heights is, maybe it's easier than I'm thinking. If I can just get from this trail to that trail, it's actually probably pretty easy. Let me give that a shot. And if I can't find a good way across that, we'll take it from there. It is currently bedtime. I don't have any mods that functionally change the gameplay. I talk about it in check the description. Literally just texture replacements. Otherwise, we do vanilla here. Wait a minute, I think that was where I was supposed to go. Yep, okay, so that does not look like I can easily get across there. I mean, I say that, but I think there's just one tree that needs to go. I got the wood axe, I know how to use it. We're not tired yet. Told you our girl's a superhero. Alright, we're going through there, and then we are good. Maybe we should have taken that bush, whatever. From here, it's left. We can clean up those bushes later. Wow, careful. I hugged that tree a little too close, and physics attacked me. And here we are back at Wellington Heights. It's right over here on the right. Yes, that is the reason we do it. Oh, would you look at that? Our windshield is in need of replacement now. Take a look at that overnight. I'm just going to hold on to that axe. I'm not putting it away yet. Overnight, I will need to do something about the food situation. The food situation is absolutely insane. We need to actually eat food as opposed to junk food. I'm going to do the very lazy thing. It's good for your calories and it shuts the hunger up. Probably might make it harder to sleep because there is caffeine in it. Alright, so asking about our current goal. Current goal is mostly just exploration. Exploration of central Louisville. As you can see, we've uncovered most of the central area now, and after that, we're progressing into the east. I've been doing a lot of the east lately, so it's a nice change of pace to explore the central area, which I've never actually explored this before. Residential Louisville. I don't have too much experience in this particular sector, but you've seen some residential Louisville. You've seen most of it. It's extremely dense, small housing. That's really all there is to Seaver. But it is worth it to take a look through and at least see if we can find survivor houses. We don't have a lot of time overnight to continue exploring. There's only 2 hours before it's our second bedtime. I'm just going to replace the windshield on my truck and anything else that might need to be replaced. Just go steal something from the parking lot up here to the left. This, if anybody's watching was not here before, this is the Louisville General Hospital. We built this base quite a ways back to deal with the hospital. Then we mothballed the base for a bit, as we did the north and the northeast. And then we've finally returned to this area for some more stuff in the east and the central part of Louisville. I've definitely come through here and harvested parts from the heavy duties in this lot before. I don't think none of these step vans have windshields anymore. All right then. Moving up a little ways this way then. I wouldn't even know where people would... Oh, they park on the other side, right? Okay. This guy doesn't have very much situational awareness. Cleared the zone. Yes, a long time ago, yep. We laid waste to the hospital. The hospital is more or less clear. We have not done like a room-by-room sweep of the entire building. That's a lot of work. What's the parts looking like on this thing? This is a preserved vehicle, so everything is mid. Not sure how I feel about that. There's a lot of... Ooh, there's a lot of stuff in the trunk. Let's find out what that is. Everything locked. I'll break the weakest of the windows here. Front right at 80%. Just paint in the trunk. Nothing overly impressive here. I will go ahead and take the windshield that I need here. The hood is basically identical to the one I already have on here. Plus the old one. I'm probably going to be able to tow this. It's got old tires and they're mostly, they're in decent condition, so I'm going to try to, I'll just see if I can bring this home with me. Very rarely are you able to tow forward in B42, but this particular combo, fire department D6 and step van with decent tires, it's a possibility. Can I even link this up? Nope. Nope, can't hook up that angle anymore. Nope. Gotta be straight, very straight. I'm gonna try a different thing here. There's a zombie that is probably inside the building to the left here. Push it like this, just a little bit. And then just come around from the other side and link up through the tunnel there. Yes. Yes, okay then. I like it. Modern problems require modern solutions. I don't even know if I'll need most of what's in this thing, but I'm not just going to leave a vehicle full of 70% parts that is capable of driving, most importantly. It's a trunk. That's sometimes it's all I need. You just love me for my trunk. The tires might need some work before I can tow it forward effectively. It doesn't look like we'll make it out of third gear at this rate. Ambulance might do better. That 10 extra horsepower is not to be underestimated. No, there's a second. We're good. Ah, physics, everybody. How do they work? Let's leave it over here somewhere. Mostly out of the way. Now I also have a collection of paint if I feel like I need some. And that is right on time for our second bedtime here. I'm gonna get some food put together before going to bed. I think we have just enough time for that. Yeah, there's the gas stations for now. The devs have announced gas spoilage as a feature someday, but it's not in the game yet. Despite being a year and something, year and like close to 10 months in, there is still gas in the pumps. But it will not be that way forever. The gas pumps, each gas pump, there's a total of 16 in this one. 2 pumps for each unit. The any one of those pumps can spawn with a random number between 0 and 10,000 liters, I think. I forget what the upper number is. Don't quote me on the upper number, but it is random. We're just making egg and kale salads here, and we're going to put a little bit of vegetable oil in them, and that should be enough to keep us in weight gain until we get close to the 80s. We might already be in the 80s, actually. These actually all came out to be perfectly balanced at 30, so I can turn around and just take 2 of those a day, and that's food for a full day. Now this vegetable oil that I'm using up is adding calories to the salads. If I was to do this to every one of my salads, I'd run out of veggie oil really quick. However, some of the stuff we've decided to grow for this growing season this year, some of that includes sunflowers. Sunflowers, you grow them, you dry them, you harvest the seeds, you grind the seeds into seed paste, then you get yourself some veggie oil from that. So veggie oil is something the player can make indefinitely. Just get enough sunflowers and plant them, grow them, dry them, and process them. Is that fog? Light fog. It's tolerable, but I won't be able to shoot. Now it's time for some spooky Silent Hill stuff here. Landscaping in the post-apocalypse. I'm going to put the carbine in my backpack here so that I can have the wood axe directly on my back slot. Swap between it and my knife easily. I always use the knife to clear bushes because even though the axe can do it, it's not worth it to use the axe when the knife is less... the knife is more expendable. There's more knives out there than there are axes at pretty much any stage of the game. Oh dear, somebody just died. R.I.P. Oops. I think we were going straight for this route here. Yes, straight for that route. Don't do that. Poison berries will kill you. See, this right here, this is where things get really nasty. All of these trees and bushes are randomly grown. None of them were here when the world first spawned in. So all these are just basically just roll the dice random. And they just happen to be dense right here at a crucial intersection. It's probably faster to just avoid the road entirely at this point. Well, hang on. Let's see here. The ability to one-shot trees is definitely an asset here. That's a nice wide drivable path on this side here. And we loop around down here to this side and just that tree. Okay, okay. A few bushes here that we had to really slow down and power through last night. Eliminate those as a factor. And just increase the bandwidth by 1 or 2 trees. After this one, we're giving her a break. Hello.
Hey.
Jesus. Good thing I was very careful about my fast forwarding there. Now, we are winded at the moment. That's okay. I'm going to drop the axe. We'll use the machete. Slight damage reduction for being winded, but otherwise pretty good shape. Cool, one shot. If we walk instead of run, then we won't increase our body heat generation, anything like that. I'm going to go ahead and just sit on the floor here. It's actually more comfortable in this game to sit on the floor than it is to sit in a car seat when you're tired and trying to recover stamina. Should be able to relatively easily get through there now. Relatively. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to completely avoid the cluster that we started peeking into the back end of the other night there. I'm just going to go right past it because the goal back here, the goal is to just explore this area. Hello. And not trip over zombies in the process. Like, literally the only reason I killed all these ones is because they were coming down this way when I don't want them down this way. Now we enter unexplored territory, but relatively predictable. There's going to be another footpath leading to the residential area to the top of the screen, and therefore, because of that, I predict plenty of zombies. I am not going to be stopping to get out and fight them right now. In fact, what I'm going to do is just lead them all out of here. I'm going to lead them all out of here and ditch them somewhere. And the place I'm going to ditch him is probably just going to be in the road up here. Because we've already identified that there's plenty of other zombies on the roads in this area. So on both sides of us right now. Check my map real quick while we do this. We are in the right here area. Pitt Street, Coffin Street, Quarantine Lane. Yeah, that's not morbid naming convention. What we're doing here is we're uniting the group behind us with a group that I've already confirmed to be ahead of us. We saw them last night. Up ahead there next to the iron bar fencing. That's just going to be at the end of this road here. And then we'll pull them all off of this road sometime later on and bomb them together somewhere much more open. There's not a lot of good placement opportunities here. Yeah, I imagine on a PvP server that would be a place that people in Louisville would go to. And it's prime opportunities to ambush people. How to drive slowly? Cruise control. Hold shift and push W. What that does is if you're already moving, it'll set your cruise control to that speed. Or it will increase or decrease if you hit S. It'll increase or decrease your cruise control speed. The lowest cruise control speed you can go at is 5 miles an hour. And that's what we're doing right now to stay ahead of these guys. You can see cruise control to the bottom left of the RPM meter in the center of the screen here, the bottom. Ooh, okay, I remember this part. Alright, I'm gonna ditch these guys here. Tooting the horn in that direction to prevent them from clustering up too much on that side. Definitely weren't very successful pulling everybody out of the wooded forest area here. I mean, we actually didn't make it down this far. Yeah, we never made it down this far. This right here to the right. This is where the zombies were that we were trying to get them out of the forest. So you can see we were relatively successful with that. But we moved a little too quickly to keep the attention of, like, everybody. Which is fine. Now, there are ways through this, these housing units. It looks like it's all fencing. There's actually, if you look at the top center of the screen there where that garage is, there's a door. One or two Zeds will make short work of that door, and large groups of zombies can indeed pass through here and get into the road up there, where we want them to be. Well, can they do that to both sides? Yes, yes they can. So pulling them straight through all these houses is theoretically possible. It's going to be a little more difficult than I was articulating, because I forgot it's a double row here. There's 2 rows of houses, both of them have their garages pointing towards this back road. This back road would be a nightmare to live on. Trying to get your way to a garage when there's very little maneuver room between these in these streets here. I see it sometimes in the world, just in real life. Some places that have only one-way streets that people somehow have to pile up onto. That looks so miserable from a parking logistics standpoint. That's over here that we ditched the big group. Right here at the corner. You may notice there was a hole in the fence there. I made that intentionally a long time ago when I was initially clearing this street. On the other side of that fence is the rail yard. But now if we just get right back onto the trail that we were on, theoretically almost all the zombies that would have bothered us should be gone now. Almost all of them. It depends on just how many were on the other side of the tree line that the siren would have just pulled straight through and then left them in there. We'll see. You always got to think about how far these sirens actually go, which is way farther than we can see at the current zoom level. So this right here, at the end of this road, is where we were like 2 nights ago, and then last night we were, wait a minute, no. No, this was last night right here. Yeah, got my brain meat conflated there. Earlier, it was down here that we had started to explore, and then we saw a huge wall of them coming out of the forest, so that's why we led them out of the forest in the general up that way direction. But, look at that. Very, very few, if any of them, left. Mounted police stable. Is that the one in this area? At the bottom corner of it? Yeah, okay, look at this. These are the guys I was talking about. We pulled them through from the other side of the fence here. Okay, fair enough. Good to know. Interesting. Yeah, in that case, actually, I do have an annotated map that points me there. I've been at the outer edge of it, and I pointed out earlier something very interesting. That's one of the only other places that I've seen so far where the best in slot helmet spawns. The one we're wearing is a variant of it. It is the jockey helmet. This one is number 6. There's 6 total, I think. That parking lot, we already observed the edge of it. This is now reconnecting with explored territory. So we were incorrect to assume that the outer ring had any way into the inner ring except for up here. Okay, fair enough. So we'll observe the inner ring at a later date. For now, I would like to loop back around here past the... I think homie in chat there was saying this is a mounted police stable. I clocked at least one zombie wearing a jockey helmet. It's probably not there anymore. Not bad. I've seen a lot better. The water over there, that's a very strategically valuable thing. Any water tile is infinite water. Free water over there in that barrel. Probably been around long enough to fill up. There's one of the jockeys. Not sure if it's the one I observed earlier, but same color helmet. That's a number 2. No other way through this. Those trees are a blockade. About face. Forward march. I find it a little bit sad how easily I can navigate off-road at this point. It's so much ridiculously specific knowledge of everything to look out for. That was funny. The other guy just jumped right back over. Bro, charge me? No. I'll bite to eat while we wait for the rest of them. I already have a huge collection of jockey helmets, but I'll take one from this guy as a trophy. No more brother wars. I imagine that when horses become part of the game, possibly B43, no idea. This is one place to find them, of several. I don't have any, like, intentions for this place, but, it would cost me nothing to get these out of the way. Oh, hello.
Hey!
Yeah, them trees. Come face me like a zomboid. Oh, look at them all. These guys would never make the cut for any attempt to pull them out of the forest. So dealing with them here is probably best. Three left. Possibly an unknown number from the top, too. Boy. And I grow it over here. 3 of them.
Hey!
Are them trees. You got time for your trees? You come to me's. They're taking their time. machete these guys. Come on, flip over now. You got all day. Let me go, sweetheart. Let's try. About to achieve victory for France. Victory for France! I'll never be able to do Team Fortress Spy's voice. I'll try, though. Every time I get a backstab, I'm going to get a little better at it. Yeah, no. Thought I heard somebody else making them mouth noises. You would have me believe that there's a dead end, or there's a trail here, but it looks very dead end. Barn over here. Barn is a chance for sledgehammers. As with all sledgehammer chances, it's pretty astronomical, but if you're in a position where you're looking for sledgehammers, do not discount your local barnyards. Barns like these literally spawn sometimes tools just laying on the floor or on top of the hay bales. Looks like none in this case. Clay on the floor here. Some of the only clay I've ever seen in Louisville. Like, literally, I've never seen clay deposits in Louisville before. They are just that rare in this area. The devs just haven't really added them. These don't seem to have anything in them. Regrettable. I have seen before where I'll pass by them and they'll just be completely full. Oh, that's... I thought the shelves were on this side. Oops. Oh, look at that. We got an ugly guy. Oh. Alright, what kind of loot do we got here? Toolbox with garbage. And more garbage. I didn't have extremely high expectations for loot, but we'll check the indoors too. Indoors will be last, really. It's a security door. Probably guns in there. House alarm. No. It's a little bit late for that. Any key to the joint? No. If I find a key to the joint, that'd make the door over there much easier. But you know what I got? I got this. Doors ain't no thing. I'm gonna steal the flag. Always capture the flag. And let's see what kind of guns this place got. 2, 3, 4. Nine hits at level 10 axe with a wood axe. Level 10 axe, level 10 strength, level 10 fitness with a wood axe. 9 hits feels a little high for a door, but I guess a security door. Regular door would probably be annihilated. Oh, look at this. It's an evidence locker, not a gun locker. I'll take money, though. Okay, guns in the green ones. Evidence in this one. Gentlemen, I am taking custodian of this evidence. Y'all can file the paperwork with the office of Dani the Drifter. So I'm going to put the guns in a separate bag from the ammo. Probably hand carry the bag. Drop it off at base at some point. Just leave it next to the truck if it doesn't fit. What do we need, 14? No, the truck is taking too much damage. Nothing fitting in there for now. Did I leave it running? Hate it when I do this. Sometimes it's intentional. That was not one of them. Alright, let's check those other closed doors back here. Only 3 hits to open those tiny doors. Good. As it should be. Lockers with literally nothing in them. That's, yeah, that's a thing. Ooh. Okay, this is, y'all ready for some disappointment? This is probably the annotated map. So we had an annotated map for this place. Guns and food in far stable. Okay, whatever far stable supposed to means. This is a survivor house loot table right here. What we're pulling out of here. It's just a really shit roll. Like, it's so shit that I might have been fooled into thinking it's not, but the melee weapon plans gave it away. This looks like something that qualifies as a quote-unquote far stable. Let's see what happens here. I know, right? Yeah, this is regular loot. So yeah, that annotated map. Sometimes they will give you absolutely nothing. And that's, it is what it is. In this case, that was more or less absolutely nothing. Wood glue. It's normal loot, but I'll take it. Dub torch. Hell yeah. Sheet. Nuts. The rest of that's pretty much garbage. One more corner of this place to check. Uno. Dos. And dos. Clear. Steel sheet, yes please. Start putting stuff in my pack here. At least I can say I came out of here with some loot of some sort. That's the second radio I've found. I'm going to start deleting radios. We need the parts, not the radios themselves. A whole ass propane tank. L's to the S. That is going in my offhand. I would say this has been worth it on the whole now, thanks to that find. Okay, out of here. Call me an overpriced sports car, because I'm outie. I might even steal that radio. If I don't have to fight anything on my way out, then sure. Wait a minute, hang on. Wouldn't let me pick it up. Nope. Oh, this is one of those fixed object radios. Can't be picked up. Okay, fair enough. It happens sometimes. have enough room in my inventory to pick up this garbage bag? Yes, it's not that full. Okay. So we're very over-encumbered, but we're out of here with some loot. We've got pretty much a straight shot back to Jericho if we want it, and I think that's the most sensible thing to do right now. We'll go back to Jericho, drop off loot, and I do really want to see if I can get to the lake in the inner part there. That is going to take some strategic clearing of zombies, though. Ah, there's the other guy with the helmet that I saw. Gotcha. I was mentioning before, it's the other side of this fence here that we were pulling people around. That doesn't mean that it's going to be clear behind it, but otherwise, check the map. This goes straight to the intersection of Waverly. So that's my gas station there. Kabuski. Back into cleared territory. Guns go into the gun zone, also known as the fun zone. And this, now of course, do we really need another propane tank when we've got the Citrus Wave van here with 20 propane tanks in the trunk? Okay, maybe not, but you know what? It's a partially full one, which means I can drop it right out here with the active use ones. Now just the rest of my backpack here. Got a couple of flags we can put up for decoration. I see no better spot than right here. On my walls, they actually show up. Some of the clothing we picked up can go into the washing machine back here. I built this base before the devs fixed the problems that were afoot with washer-dryer combos. If I had built this base afterwards, I would definitely be using a combo, as opposed to discrete, separate ones. Empty bucket. We should have one on the floor out here for car washing, but we don't. Speaking of buckets, I need to check my crops. Some of them might actually be at risk of dehydration. We've not had enough rain in the past couple of while. What are these strawberries looking like? Okay, it says fine. The water level is fine. That's not how strawberries work. Strawberries need a lot of water. I don't care about the garlic. The garlic can get really low on water before there's a problem. So I'm just going to focus on these two rows. Yeah, when there's room enough to water 30, these strawberries are probably in the danger zone. Care both. Up here we've got another row of crops. Sunflowers are probably okay. Let me check the agriculture menu to check and see what sunflowers... I don't remember what their special water numbers were. Sunflowers are... March, April, May. Min water 30. Sunflowers can get really low on water. Because remember, water is a 0 to 100 stat. And that means because they're currently... I can water them up to 30. That means that their current water level is 70. That's why the strawberries, because their min water is 80. We want to keep them topped up all the time. But most of the rest of what's in the ground is not that sensitive. Corn, also, this last row here, corn is min water 30. Up here, roses, maybe more sensitive. Yes, roses are basically the same as strawberries. These are the only rose seeds I have ever found, and they will be, therefore, watered very well. Marigolds are probably the same, so I'll hit those next. I do not know about chives. That's the only spice I haven't grown. Min water 60. You know what? I've got enough to water it. I'll do it. It's right in front of me. Might as well. And yes, that is a flipped over horse trailer. Fun story behind that. The devs keep saying that they've fixed hookups for trailers. And yet, trailers, those particular kinds of trailers, they still do very stupid things when you try to hook them up. Now, it's still April. It's April 15th now. If I wanted to plant more stuff, the only thing that's really interesting to me right now would be, well, green peas, but I missed my opportunity for those. I'm currently in the bad month for those. Soybeans, if I could ever find them. I don't think I've ever found them. At least nothing that comes to mind. Animals are pretty good, but I'll dump the rest of the water I have into their container just because droughts are possible and they do happen, so. Appreciate everybody sticks around through the boring part. Can't make everything extremely fun here. We've got got work to do in addition to the zombie slaughter. Before I bother refilling those buckets, we're gonna put them down and hope for rain. Can't hurt to hope. Just make sure you know how to cope if you need to. We've got some compost in the area. Compost is not important for all these, but let's see. Part of me does want to get some compost down on the strawberries. If I could get 5 bags, that'd be great. The animal farm over here, I put a ton of crap into the bins here. It looks like they've all processed. I don't know why we're getting error messages when we pull compost out of here, but it's happening for some reason. I don't see anything erroneous happening, like we're getting compost. It seems to be functioning as intended, but yeah, as you can see in the bottom right there. So these definitely were not equally filled up. In the past, I have been trying to keep these compost bins equally filled up with stuff in a way that I would be able to predict how much compost they produce, but we had like 30% in one of these, 50% in the other. And then this one had 80, so it's all over the place. If it wasn't obvious, I have more sacks than what I started with in this duffel bag here. So simply picking up the duffel bag has allowed me to continue emptying far beyond the other sacks I brought in here. At least we've got even numbers. I'm always happy to see even numbers. Very little compost left over in these bins after we empty them. We've been doing a lot of spoiled food. You know, like just stuff that we've either found out in the world that was already spoiled, or stuff that we failed to preserve properly ourselves. There was at least one time I literally failed to turn my generator back on after refilling it, which caused several of my freezers to have their inventory spoil. It's hardly the worst thing in the world because, you know, we've got 6 freezers still. I pet some of my animals. My animals are good animals. I don't have time to pet them all. So we only really need 5 bags out of all that. We've got a literal billion now. In a perfect world, I would have my compost bins somewhere where I could back the trunk of a vehicle up to it so that I could load all this stuff up, but regrettably, I've positioned them for convenience here. Now that I've emptied them, I might actually move them, but that's for after I do what I'm trying to do here. So the ratio is 5 bags of compost for every 2 rows of 10. 4 uses each, 5 and 5 divided by 20. That nonsense there. Mental math and shit like that. So there's the 5 bags we brought over with us. And none of the other ones really feel like I need to compost them. Just for the sake of it, I might do the row with the roses. The roses are the only thing that I truly care deeply about right now because they're the seeds are such an astronomical chance to find just thanks to some silly nonsense with the current loot tables. And the fact that I found those roses is just a stroke of massive luck. I'm going to take this fertilizer with me and use that just on the roses. I don't have a lot. Fertilizer and compost are 2 separate things. They both kind of contribute to the same outcome, though. So we'll take another 5 to the other side. And then we'll be done with animal maintenance. Animals don't like it when you run past them, so that's why I always walk when I step in here. I don't know if what I just said still affects them if they can't see you. The fact that none of them can see me now. I want to say that means that it doesn't bother them that I start running again. But I don't know. This game has some very strange rules sometimes. And then we'll use the fertilizer on the roses here. Probably 1 or 2 uses of this fertilizer bag left. Fertilizer bags come in uses of 8, I think. And because of that, I can't... Fertilizers bags are the only thing I can't really mathematically square with my rows of crops, unless I want to do as many as 40 at a time. Everything else, because I do things in rows of 10 at a time, the numbers add up for, you know, pretty much everything else. Compost for the 4s, seeds come in packs of 5. stuff like that. Otherwise, close enough to bedtime here. Don't have a special place for colored light bulbs yet, so I'm just going to put them somewhere that is not the bin where the rest of them are at here. I'll just have to hold on to those boxes of ammo. Those need to go to the SWAT van. You guys would never guess where I found this pallet of gold. It was here in Louisville, but it was not at a bank. It was in one of the crypts at the graveyard of all things. We had our Indiana Jones moment. Some more money for our bed sheets here. And that's just about it. The bowls don't belong here specifically. Those need to stay with me. They're going back to the Ford position. Sacks, just leave them out here. Of course, I am now out of salad, and I'm hungry again. Just have a quick, easy something here. Still have kale, yep. It's all stale now. Regrettably, the kale in here is kale that I have never been able to put in the freezer. Can still use it in salads, even if it's stale, though. But soon, it'll go rotten, and I'll just stick it into the compost bin. This will hold us over till we get back to Wellington. I have to step away briefly IRL. I'll do that during the overnight hour here. And when I get back, we'll finish the overnight hour, and I will get us back to Wellington, see what's going on up there. Hopefully we will not have fog tomorrow again. Fog is always tedious, because it reduces our range combat capabilities. Alrighty, folks, I shall be right back. Alrighty, I am back. 2 hours and 30 minutes to our second bedtime. Let us decide exactly what needs to be done here, or if it's probably best to just we're gonna go ahead and move back up to Wellington, and I'm probably just gonna go ahead and use the I'm gonna use the regular roads. It's fine. We don't need to we don't need to be going through the forest every time. We've got a perfectly fine road that does not involve the forest at all. I parked outside, so I confused the other fire truck with this one. This one is a completely different truck. I don't have to be emptying this out entirely, but some of this ammo should be going up forward with me. Because we can fit this ammo that I'm picking up here. We can fit that into one of the step vans that's carrying the ammo. One of them is not 100% full. So what we're doing here is we're taking, if anybody watching wasn't here before when we used this route, this completely bypasses the area in the center that we've been working on. I'm mostly just doing the area in the center because I've never done it before. If we need a clean supply line, this is the route that we'll take for now. This just is a straight shot to Wellington, as long as I don't ram into the train depot buildings. And here we are. SWAT van gets the loose ammo boxes. So these 12 gauge and 9mm. Well, that's what it would do if I could fit it all, but I've put too much back here. We'll revisit that in a moment. I can put the last box back in the trunk here. Or at least, I gotta fix the trunk. Work to do, still yet. Which one of these have I been using? I think it's the white one here. Yes, the white one has room for replacement cartons. This is where I've been consolidating the 556, so this is perfect. We've got 21 cartons of 556 in here now. I think the best course of action will be that carton 357 will remove one of these cartons of 556 and then put this 9mm carton in there. And that'll be a pretty tight fit. Am I going nuts or did I hear something to my left? I don't see anything to my left. No. Can't go nuts if I'm already nuts. So both the white step van and the black step van I've been kind of using irregularly. It's fine. They've both got similar platforms in them. Now I just got to find a home for this last box of shotgun. That might end up on somebody's passenger seat. Oh wait, I can actually... No, I can't. If this step van had a perfect trunk, I could fit one more carton of 556 in it. So I'm going to fix its trunk. Now I regret leaving behind that other steel sheet. Do I have any more steel sheets here? I might not. That would be a skill issue. Neither of these is the welding van, are they? No, that's tertiary. This has 2 steel sheets. That's exactly what I need. Alrighty then. We're in business. So I'm going to slap 1 repair into the black step van here. That should bring it to 100. It should already be very close. Yep. That's a bit of a superfluous use of a steel sheet, but you know what? I'm here for it. We got our money's worth. The ability to carry more ammo for a vehicle is not to be underestimated. So all of my ammo carriers on this lot, these 3 here, my heavy ammo carriers, the carton carriers, they are now completely full. So that does still leave us at a surplus of cartons in general. Let me get some light on the subject here. I don't usually run that light because it's the area that it illuminates is rather pathetic. Almost not worth the energy. 3 cartons can be assembled using what's in the loose ammo carrier. So let's start with that carton of 44 here. I ain't shooting 44 for a long time, most like. And then the other 2 cartons that can be assembled are cartons of smaller or 20 bullet to the box platforms. Empty magazines here. 2, 3 of the 9mm and 1 M16. I don't have a car wash bucket out here, do I? Oh, no, I do. Good. Now I have 2. Things sometimes just pan out perfectly. In this case, I'm about to eat my last part of that salad, and then we're going to bed right on time. Nightmare at 7 a.m. I would have woken up within a half hour or so anyway, so I can't say that that would hurt my sleep schedule too much. I have some spare coffee here. I'm just going to drink a coffee anyway. I'm just going to drink a spare coffee. I'm not going to put any frillings in it, just we'll take it black. I take it black, like my men. That's when I had my drinking problem. Alright, that is literally everything organized. Let's just get today's food here. And now that we fixed this trunk up a little bit, we can fit that box of shoddy back here. I could use another box of ACP opened up into the backpack with that. And otherwise, we're looking great. We still got 2 pipe bombs on standby. We might end up deploying one today. We got beautiful weather. Like BEA beautiful weather. So where would we pipe bomb? That would probably be a little ways down the road here. Quite literally just a little ways down the road. We've got lots of dudes that we pulled out of the forest the other day. Now, I would probably want to start inside the forest and then pull even more of them out, link them up with a group out here. The group that we have been pulling out of the forest, I think they're close enough that I can actually make use of the rail yard up here. Perfect place for a anything killing large amount of zombie related. I mean, look at all this bright open terrain here. We even have a street light up there that's going to help us with these guys down here. Hell yeah. All right. Right up here. Now, this fence would normally pose a problem for most of B42. But their ability to path around fencing is pretty good now. Especially if you're the player is at a significant distance from the fence. If you're close to the fence, they'll get stuck on it a lot. Let me get a timestamp here. We are, for our second pipe bomb, at 4 hours, 25 minutes, and let's put 30 seconds. Okay. We are going to link this pipe bomb up and right-click arm and set remote pipe bomb. And this is where the fun begins. As you can see, a lot of the ones that we left from the previous group are right there. But we don't want just them. We want more. We want lots more. And we're going to get them. We're going to pull them out of the park area by an alternate means. And then link up with that group right there. This is one of the reasons I went through the effort of cleaning up part of this trail. Make it a little easier to traverse. I had a suspicion that we'd be wanting to do a bombing activity. I'm going to kill these guys with melee real quick. Cook off some of my stress. Give me a nightmare, why don't you? Didn't get rid of it, but -2 stress points every time you kill a zombie. So, what we're going to do is we're going to get as far past the zombies that we see on this trail until I can see the edge of the group. Then we're going to light it up and lead them out of here at a low speed. And this road right here is the back half of what we just witnessed, the zombies waiting for us. And what we need to do is lure a lot of zombies to link up with them. And then we will have one hardy group. Party hard. This will be the exfiltration point for what we're assembling now. And what we're assembling now is going to start all the way down here, actually. That is the sound of a guy who's dying. Alright, here we go. Set phasers to stun. Not holding up okay. You must be new here. 14 hours is my record I don't plan on doing anything like that today. I'm probably shooting for 8 or 9, something like that today. But yeah, no, I usually do a lot. We have a tendency to go hard here. This is going to be trickier than I thought. We'll make it. That's not good. That's very not good. I was very close to getting stuck in that tree in a much worse spot than that, but I think we're good. Now, a lot of zombies are going to be stuck back there. What I'm going to do is I have to lead them through these houses. It's easier than it seems because these fences, which normally, I was talking about this before, these fences would constitute something very difficult for zombies to break through, even in large numbers, but you'll notice that these fences are interspersed with little doors. Next to every garage, there is a door that is just a regular door. 2 zombies in a row will break through those doors easily. And there's going to be a lot more than 2 stacked up on these doors. So what we're doing is we're looping back here, and we're keeping the attention of everybody who's still stuck on this back street. And I'm still tooting the horn because at this point we're going in front of we're going back in front of where the trail links up. And the horn actually does go a dozen or so tiles farther than the siren. Someday they'll have a musical instrument mod for our car horn. Today is not that day. As you can see, they're already piling up on those doors, just as I intended. And there is the first wave of the group that was that we bypassed earlier. Now, as you can see, it looks like we're leaving a lot of them behind, and you would be surprised about how okay that actually is. Because what we're going to do now, we no longer need to go slow, because this is the part where it doesn't matter if we leave a few of them behind, because this is the final destination. Now what we need to do is loop just right back down this street and pull them the rest of the way through all of these houses. That is the master plan here. It was going to be a little difficult to articulate fully, but yeah. Yeah, definitely got to get keep them amused during the summer months. I went from going to summer camp to actually being camp counselor. That was a lot of fun. I wish I could recommend Boy Scouts, but they don't call them Boy Scouts anymore. Now they're just Scouting America. Because it's not just boys anymore, it's everybody. I have no idea what that kind of experience would be like, because back in my day, we just called it the Boy Scouts. You would think with the heat outside, you wouldn't mind getting a little wet. I get the feeling that despite our thoroughness with going back and forth on these roads, we're probably still going to have a few stragglers back here. There's only so much we can do about that. Because there are other factors slowing them down. Factors that don't have much to do with getting through the buildings. Some of them are just pathologically flipping over the porches forever. But as you can see, we got conga lines coming through the houses now. That was all part of the plan. I'm literally serpentining as I move to try to maintain some earshot with the guys all the way in the back here. See them all? Mission success. They'll make short work of all those windows and doors. In they go. Into my trap. And we're going to just loop back in this direction so that we can make some noise all the way at the corner of this fence. My character is going to be stressed for a while here. There's nothing I can do about that. There's way too many opportunities for them to start slapping the fences here. This is actually an opportunity I can delete a little bit of stress with chewing tobacco. But we also get sick if we do too much of that, so I'm going to have a little bite of it. As you can see, it took us down one stage of stress. Sometimes that's enough to prevent the sadness noodle from popping up too hard. If anybody wasn't here earlier, that street light right there in the middle of the rail yard, beautiful wide open space. That is our that's our trap. That's our trap. We just got to get everybody into the party here. Every time we pass close to this fence, there's going to be some thumpity thump on the other side of it. So it costs me nothing to slow down a little bit, or wait to slow down until we're leaving that fence. See, that lady there who was only in her undies, that's one of the ones from as far back as I can recall, but she's a fast shambler, so she's not a good benchmark. So is her buddy there with his blue trunks. I should have tried to memorize a couple of slower ones from farther back so that I could have a better idea of how far back we're actually getting them from. Whether I need to loop back on the street or, I mean, you know, at this point we've got more than enough for a very well done group. It would just feel very silly if I were to detonate it and then there's just a conga line of them that I could have pulled back here with 30 more seconds of work, you know? That's the current thought process on this. As long as they keep coming through the fence, and some of them that are coming through are still fast shamblers, that tells me that we're perfectly fine to continue doing exactly what we're doing right now. We don't even need to get that close to the fence. Yeah, I'm not even going to go all the way up to the fence. I'll just loop around the garbage bins and do it a couple times. Or will I? Hang on. Look at that. Look at that. We got a break. Okay. I would like to see what we're dealing with on the other side of the fence here now that they've stopped coming through. I honestly might just ditch them and then fire up the light bar from further back. But give me a second here and I'll figure that out. I just want to catch eyes on the other side of the fence, see what's going on. For now, I'm just going to speed past them, but I'll keep the light bar on. I have the opportunity to do that because of how wide open this place is. Okay, yeah, we've still got a conga line. It's not that big, but it's still there. If I just hit 5 miles an hour from this point, yeah, we can get a good chunk of those guys who are still out there. I want to have another bite of that chaw. Again, this is one of the only tobacco products that actually seems to work properly for non-smokers. And it didn't get us out of agitated, damn it. Well, I ain't got no ability to read before these guys come up and break through my window, so we can't do that either. See that we already got the blob for the most part here, just by our natural movements. Alright, this is a good group. Perhaps the remaining, any remaining foot mobiles on the road who may have conga lined before getting to the main group here, perhaps they can just be dealt with hand weapons. I mean, I have another pipe bomb. This is not my last. Y'all know what I'm about. I go for as many as I can. All the time, every time, 100% of the time. No more fast ones coming through the, well, you had to open your mouth. That's alright. That's alright. We've got our group. We're just gonna slow down now and achieve critical mass around the pole up here. If anybody was not here earlier, that is where we placed the pipe bomb. 7 tiles out from the whatchamacallit, street light there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then draw an imaginary circle around it. And that is our blast radius. I'm just gonna go real fast to loop back for the first loop here. And then 5 mile an hour from here. Now, when you're going fast, a lot of them will peel out of the group individually. So when we're coming down the final stretch, we want to go slow as possible all the time, but while we're still pulling everybody together. Okay, double patch of grass up here is probably safe distance. This double patch of grass, that's where I'll shoot for detonation spot. I don't know what kind of results I'll get for planning a detonation spot. I don't usually do that. I usually just go by gut feeling. But in this particular instance, because we have no other points of reference other than the light pole. That actually is slightly working against me. Because I usually, I'll measure the blast radius by the nearest parking lines or something like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, right here. Right click and... Okay, not right there. I just can't abide having a lopsided group. It just doesn't feel right. And here we go. Ha-ha! Improvised explosive device. I love it. This will be an extended cleanup session for sure. I have to point blank these guys because of the stress. It's kind of hard to articulate exactly how bad stress can impact your aiming capabilities, but it doesn't actually apply that much to point blanking. So if I just let them get that close and then shoot, we're fine. Yep, I would give that a good 95 or above. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's hop back in and take a look at what the roads look like. I do expect quite a few. In terms of how many that were in the main group that we blew up, we were amazing. In terms of how many we got into the main group, TBA. I'm predicting 60 to 70%. But the only way to find out is going to be to mosey down this road and see who is still coming out of the houses. Worse yet, the worst case scenario is we go down this road far enough and there's just a big blob of them that just didn't make it. That is the worst case scenario. I'm not seeing any... I don't know. Does that qualify as a blob? Maybe a droplet. Let's just hop out here and discharge the 45 ACP. See what happens. And that kill was enough to get us out of stress zone. So she spent a lot of time stressed today. I'm gonna make her pancakes or something. She definitely deserves a pick me up after all that bullshit. I do not often enough reward my girl for putting up with this. Y'all hear the bumpity bump? That is the sound of 1,000 terrible things coming this way. Maybe not 1,000, but enough. And we don't want to spend very much time within earshot of that sound, so. This is actually what I was afraid of. A fair number of them not making it through the houses. Guess that door's about to break. You hear the splintering of the door? Because there's several of them there. You know, there's 3 of them gummed up, but they don't seem to be contributing. Otherwise, that door would be gone a long time ago. There you go. The only thing I'm worried about now is did I leave the truck running? If so, it's magnetizing some of these dudes. The further we go in this direction, the less likely there are to be some. Because we're getting closer to the corner where we made enough noise to pull the entire city. No guarantees, though. We'll still check our 6 pathologically. Bad things happen if we don't, every time. This is, that was kind of inefficient right there. I'm not getting very good shots at this range. Hello! Fucking trees, man. Fucking trees. Stand right in the middle of the trunk, why don't you? Fucking bastard. Here. This is a 4x scope, so I have been pathologically underestimating the range, the minimum range of this thing. Speaking of pathological, I hate it when slow shamblers just get stuck in the middle of the road like that. Come on, lady, I'm right here. Learn how to zombie. We're definitely getting low on 45 ACP here. 19 rounds left. I identify at least 2 corpses that should be moved, but we're gonna need a break in the action to do that. Still plenty of fence slappers on the other side of this, to my right here. I have probably overestimated their ability to find those doors that I was talking about. Plenty of them did, but as we can hear, plenty of them didn't. And they're just standing there slapping the fence instead of going for the door. That's a fair amount right here. I'm actually going to fall back a little bit. I can be reasonably sure that these backyards aren't going to have too many surprises in them. One-offs are always a possibility, but more than one-off, highly unlikely. We've been back and forth on this road a fair number of times before this encounter started. And that's it for 45 ACP. Away, put your weapon. Ready for a bite to eat, I suppose. We can use a break from the stench while we're doing it. This is also giving the fence slappers a chance to disengage from the fence. Mutual ceasefire here for a moment. Ammo check for the revolver here. 93. We're good. I think I'm breaking out the 9mm here. Falling back even farther because of the... Y'all hear the fence thumpers. We need to give them space, otherwise they'll just keep thumping. Ammo check for this. 9 rounds. Look at all these guys. All these guys were former fence thumpers. The flamingos. Yeah, some of my viewers have encouraged me to put them on the roof of my bases. At least nobody has told me to put gnomes on my bases. As a former player of the Horde in World of Warcraft, I will acquiesce 0.0 gnomes anywhere near my bases, thank you very much. Gnomes go to Nomergon, nowhere else. Oh, we annihilated our trunk with that most recent operation. We destroyed our trunk with extreme prejudice. There's only 66 encumbrance left in it. There's almost twice as much worth in it right now. I love it when that happens. It's always funny. Woman, does your mother know you're wearing that? Goodness gracious. Anything on the left? Nah, we're good. Okay. I won't call this a 200% success, but we did pretty damn good. We did pretty damn good. Of course, the ultimate question will be, how many times does it take for me to go back and forth on this road before more of them show themselves, like these ones here? We have no idea. The only time is going to tell. I ain't going in these buildings to chase them down individually. They can come out here, or they can stay in there and rot. That is their two options. I will not be going in there after them. Just a couple of these guys that I didn't kill in the right spot. This guy, I gotta blame on this tree here. There's a whole pile of people who just decided to come right through that tree. Not around it, right through it. Right where it's hardest to see them, of course. I don't even need to move these two, but I'm going to. Wait. Get off that fence. Fence is not human. Human is right here. Come and eat the human, if you can. Okay, that is a nice minimum viable drivability area. Who else is still here? Hello, lady. No stragglers, of course, in this area. Oh, look at that. There's two of them up there. Haha. Let's go deal with them. I am going to need a copious amount of steel sheets for the repairs on the trunk this time. Just going to drive by, shoot these guys. Make me get out of my truck just for that. And this is why I shot, because, of course, this guy. Making a lot of noise, bring him out of wherever he was standing. Movement! I want movement! If I were spare steel sheets, where would I be? In this particular area, there's not as much dense commercial. I wonder how many steel doors were broken at the golf club here. They do have some pretty furniture in here. Some of this stuff is hard to find in large quantities elsewhere on the map. But a place like this here in Louisville will have a ton of it. Nope. These are metal doors back here, but there weren't enough zombies to actually break them, so. And this door right here, I don't even know if it counts as metal. Yep, okay. Nothing in this area. Now, I know LSU will have tons, but LSU will also have tons of zombies. I have actually not dealt with LSU yet. Wouldn't be too hard. I actually set up a place. I just never executed it. Because the priorities just kind of shifted in that away from that direction. I might actually have a number of steel sheet assets and or other things at the parking lot base right up here. This was the one that we used when we were taking First Street. I can't remember much of anything that I left here. So let's inventory. Steel would have made its way somewhere. Probably more likely into a vehicle than any of this. Yeah. That was literally all I needed to do to see if there were any steel sheets in the area. Definitely not. They're a little too valuable for me to be leaving behind at mothballed field bases. Now, that being said, if you are a general Project Zomboid player and you're looking for steel sheets, usually you just need to look for something to disassemble. In this case, we've got a couple of torches. I'm going to take 2. And I always carry around with me my welding goggles. The old ones. The ones that don't take up any inventory space. We're just going to use this dumpster. I do believe we'll get a hearty 1 or 2 steel sheets from it. Two steel sheets, I'll take them. Now, these welding goggles, they weigh 0.1 encumbrance, unlike the welding mask, which weighs 1.0. Where did I find these? Just a welding shop. What's the drop rate? To give you an idea of how bad the drop rate is, let me do some quick math here. I have played Project Zomboid for 3,600 hours and 2,600 hours. What was my number for B41? I need to separate it from that. B41 was 741 hours. So we subtract 741 from 3626. I have played Build 42 for 2,885 hours. This is the only pair of old welding goggles I have ever found. So, just to give you guys a little bit of an idea of how absurdly rare some of these surprisingly useful items can be. That would be one of them. Nothing else in there that I can use right now for repairs. So 2 steel sheets will get this back up to something usable. Yeah. It is a little absurd, the rarity of some of these items. I mean, admittedly, it's really a convenience factor is all it is, right? The ability to carry around something that only weighs 0.1 instead of 1.0. That's extremely powerful in terms of logistics, but it's, you know, most people will be perfectly fine just making room for the welding mask when they need it. So it's not the worst thing in the world to not have it. It's just silly that it's that hard to find. So we didn't exactly have spare sheets here, but we got some anyway. I suppose if I'm going to go this direction, I might as well grab the trailer, one of the trailers that I have at Cozy Box. Cozy Box is just right down First Street here. If anybody wasn't here for the war for First Street, imagine bodies in the streets times a lot. It was fun. It took many sessions, but we nailed it. First Street has been conquered. To the right up here is the Ford base we built after taking First Street. You know, I don't actually have the ability to just stop by and steal one of these trailers because they're all staged to be brought home with an accompanying vehicle here. That's okay. That's fine. While we're here, we'll just take a look and see if there are any whatchamacallits, steel sheets in. We shouldn't have put any of them in here. This is the contents of vehicles that we ripped apart for parts, minus steel sheets, I think. Yep, literally everything you could get from ripping apart a car, except for steel sheets, because they're just that valuable. Steel sheets directly translate to vehicle repairs, so of course I'm always consolidating and using them. But some of them might have made their way into one of these over here. Just furniture in the front seats, most likely. What about you? Ah, yes, beautiful. Beautiful. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take like 5 of these steel sheets with me up to our forward base. And everything else in this van is ready to go back to Jericho, actually. And we can actually tow that van because that is the power of a fire truck. And that is the only tow job that we have that is not a combo. Everything else, you can see the vehicles are parked in front of each other. That's because they're a tow combo. So I do still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tow combos at the Cozy Box to bring home. Thankfully, none of these need to go forward to any of my forward bases. They literally just need to go home. Cozy Box itself, plenty of stuff still in it. All of it is local stuff for the most part. Doing a quick parse, I don't think I would have left any trapper carbines here. I think I already looked for it. Yeah, I would have already looked for a trapper carbine if I'd left any here. That was my weight gain. 83 kilos, still gaining weight. Yeah, I need to stop oiling up my salads now because I have no idea how many calories in surplus I'm in. It is possible to keep gaining weight until you get fat, and that's not good. We don't want that. Oh, this is just a loot bag here. General loot bag. That can come back with us. Probably a long time ago I was supposed to empty it here, triage what to leave behind, and bring home. Lots of guns that are not trapper carbines, and therefore I have copies of elsewhere. I keep forgetting to replenish the jerky that I'm supposed to be keeping on my driver's seat for food emergencies when I fail to plan. All the rest of the electrical stuff doesn't include electrical parts. I've been running a deficit of that basically since I came to Louisville, so... Compost. Do I have any sacks on me? I don't have any sacks on me, so I cannot pick up the compost. There might be sacks in some of these vehicles. That's a bit of a long shot, though. Yeah, honestly, I should have enough compost back at base. If I need more, I know where to get it now. You have someone stand by both here, and I saw some at, what was it called? At the parking lot base. So we will tow Timeless Glass home with us. And from there, we can proceed to continue at Wellington. This is going to be an odd tow job here. I actually might just back it up a little bit. Go around the street light. Whew. Don't want to back it up too hard. Alright. Can I make it to third gear? Yes, I can make it to third gear. It's slow, but we'll make it. This is always the threshold you got to clear. This knowledge hopefully will be outdated next patch, but for now, in order to tow a vehicle forward, step vans are one of the only ones you can do it with. Step van plus something with a tough engine, good tires, and then the threshold you're trying to clear is you got to make sure you get into second gear and that you're not losing RPM or speed. If you can get into second gear and you're not losing RPM or speed, then you keep going, you'll make it to third, like I just did, and then you can go faster than 30 miles an hour. Otherwise, just go backwards because you'll get to 30 miles an hour and stay there much more quickly. I'm going to fill up the gas tanks of both of these vehicles while we're here. We've got a gas station base right here. Not even a base. It's literally just a gas station that I put a generator in front of. See if that'll work. Yes, it will. It's a shot in the dark as to which side of these decorated vans the gas port is on, because the gas port doesn't even draw on some of them. And sometimes it draws on the wrong side. So it quite literally is always a flip of the coin with the decorated step vans. Now this is where the tow job gets a little complicated, but I think we got this. I've done it once recently. I made a hole in the train station itself for easy access to get back to Jericho. Making it home in just enough time for bedtime here. Of course, this is yet another vehicle full of loot that I'll have to empty someday. I'm going to be real with you guys. Every single character that I've played throughout most of my B42 time, this character and the 2 playlists of my previous characters linked in the description, they have always resulted at the end of the run in me having loot at Jericho base here that needed to be unloaded. I don't think I've ever succeeded in fully unloading all the loot that I bring back to this place. There is a small part of me that wants to spite that trend and actually spend a good chunk of time just sorting loot, building up Jericho here. I don't know. I'll think about that. It's not going to happen today for sure. Definitely not on a weekend. Weekends, I usually get a few more viewers drop by on YouTube for the first time, so giving them something slightly more interesting to look at than eternal logistics. Again, this would be almost an entire stream to do all of these vans. It's kind of absurd. So for now, we've got room for plenty more vans. We'll just bring them back here and let them chill. I will leave no steel sheets here. I have no need to. Behold, the carrier of my surpluses. Alright, last bite of the salad with oil in it. From here on out, we are just eating regular old food, as we always have. We don't want to be gaining any more weight after today. Because after today, we'll definitely get to 84 kilo, and that's where we want to stop. So, 20 minutes to bedtime, perfect timing. Let's get our first sleep here. Nightmare after only 2 hours? That's rough, buddy. That right there, nightmare after just 2 hours of your first sleep, that's some of the worst shit you'll ever come across as a restless sleeper. It's so annoying. I find it particularly annoying insofar as nightmares don't work like that. You're not going to have the same, like, horrific... You're not going to have, like, the same... Oh, unless you have PTSD, never mind. That's actually literally one of the definitions of PTSD, is constantly seeing the same horrific thing over and over. Okay. Basically, that just means 100% of our characters have PTSD and see horrific things often when they close their eyes. Alright, fine. I was having this conversation with my one of my buddies who does, in fact, have PTSD. And he told me, he was describing a couple of the things that he would very often see that would disturb him, visualize. And I was talking about dreams. We were on the topic of dreams and what they are. People ascribe all kinds of meanings to dreams, but from my understanding, what they are from a physiological perspective is our brain is going over short-term memory, things we've seen recently, and consolidating that into long-term memory. And so what that does, though, is your brain's going to be hopping over things in your long-term memory that it's trying to find, to fit the short-term memories into, right? And in doing so, it doesn't have to make sense, right? It does not have to make sense if you happen to see some of it consciously. That's why dreams are so disorganized. But if you have PTSD, then your brain is going to magnetize toward a specific bad memory, and it's going to check everything in your short-term memory to see, does it have to do with this, this thing that we have learned to avoid like there's no tomorrow. And that kind of, I can only imagine what characters in this universe would have seen to constantly be seeing bad things when they close their eyes. Everything I just said is mostly just theory. I mean, everybody's different. And PTSD can manifest in many different ways. The guy that I was talking about is a veteran, but I don't think he actually got his PTSD from his time in the service. I think it was an event that occurred afterwards. We're just going to do 3 kale in each of these salads. I mean, we're doing a good job eating up this stale kale here. I'm going to do like 4 of those, actually. Now, kale by itself actually does have a little bit of calorie in it. It's not the best way to lose weight to eat kale, but it works. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to go grab some eggs from our chicken coop here. Found the light bulb that burnt out. Do not let the fact that we have turkeys fool you. We don't ever get turkey eggs. They don't lay eggs. These turkeys, there are no eggs from these turkeys. These turkeys are just here to look pretty. They're here to gobble gobble and gobble up my resources. That's all they do. Same with these chickens, really. I mean, we've got a rooster in the field, but none of these eggs are fertilized. I'm pretty sure these animals, for the most part, are mostly just broken. We got them on a previous build of the game before we updated our save. And, of course, that is a very unsupported thing. The devs never want us to do that. And certain aspects of animals were actually changed during those updates, so it sadly makes perfect sense. These animals will not reproduce for the most part. The only exception are the raccoons. We did find the raccoons on the latest build of the game. So unless something is wrong with our world, fundamentally, the raccoons themselves may or may not end up doing the thing. These are adults, and they have been calm for a long time, so... Oh, look at that. Spiffette here. We've got Spiffo and Spiffette. Spiffette has a bun in the oven. Possibly multiple. I don't know if they give litters or not. I'm gonna pet my cow because she's a good pal. Good cow. Good cow, good pal. And yes, I do have a bed out here. It's a little too cold to sleep outside still. The reason I had a bed there is if your animals are stressed and they have a high trust for you, then staying near them a lot will help them lose stress. Especially if you stay near them and you don't run around a lot. So literally just sleeping in the same area as them is a way to help them de-stress. So the eggs that are already stale, I don't care about. I'm just going to toss them in the trash. This would be our second bedtime right now, 5 a.m. But I get the suspicion that because of the nightmare, we're going to have to wait a little bit before we can sleep again. So we're literally just going to hard boil all 70 of these eggs we just picked up. And then we can add them to salads. Just put them right alongside the 71 stale kale. They will last a lot longer than the kale, though. Alright, let's see if the game will let me sleep here. Nope, not tired enough to sleep. We're just going to chill for a minute. I usually like to give it an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours tops, and see if the game will let me sleep again. If it doesn't, then we'll just drink coffee and be done with it. This isn't all too inaccurate to what I would do in real life. As somebody with the restless sleeper perk in real life, I would, in fact, just kind of sit around. I would just be in front of a computer with the low light filter turned on, or the blue light filter. And then I would periodically evaluate myself to see if I could sleep. And when the time comes, I would either do it or get up and give up. Just drink some coffee. In my case, it would be tea. This game doesn't have black tea, and that makes me sad. See, I could be at like 28 fatigue. You have to be at 30 fatigue in order to be allowed to sleep. Anything under 30 fatigue and you will not sleep. Coffee, by the way, deletes 24 fatigue, so if we're anywhere close, drinking coffee will fix it completely. And if we're not anywhere close, well, we're deleting all of our fatigue anyway, without deleting too much of our spices for the coffee. Problem solved. Now, if I did that every single time my character had a nightmare, we would not have a surplus of coffee. So I do have to be careful doing that. We have a lot of coffee, because I'm careful with it. But if I did that every single time, that'd do the trick. We would be at a deficit of coffee, most likely. I'm gonna take a peek at the generators. I honestly think they're fine, but it's been a minute since we refilled them earlier on in the stream today. 80%, that's fine. I'll be back here. Wouldn't it be amazing if those wolves were real as opposed to just sounds? No, I'll be back to base within a few days. Yeah, 82% fuel, that's no problem. We won't be gone too long. We're coming in and out of this place a lot lately. Wellington is just down here. I have not actually checked Wellington's generator since I don't even know if I checked it when I fired it up. I'm pretty sure it's good, but we'll check that next. And once we confirm it's good, we'll proceed with our clearing of the center and the east. I was complaining about steel sheets. Honestly, there's probably plenty in these buildings that we just drove past. I have not fully looted them. Just parts of them. No foot mobiles in this area. That's what I like to see. That is what I like to see. Can I go back to Phallus Lake to my first base? I will when this character's journey is done. Our character, when we have a date for B42 to go stable, and that's when the update comes out, that's when the save will get broken. We will go back to Phallus Lake to end our journey there. I've decided that a little while ago. I was just thinking about the right time to mention it. So yes, we will go back to Phallus Lake. Now, that being said, in the meantime, if you want, I can post a screenshot of it. Give me just one moment here. I have screenshots of all of my bases because I do that as an order of procedure. I recommend anybody, if you ever build a nice base that you like a lot, screenshot it regularly, because it probably won't be there again someday. Maybe you'll drop the game and pick it up later and not be able to load the save anymore. Here's several pictures of it. We're just looking for... The workshop is probably the most important part. The workshop with the placement of the truck and the forge and the furnace. Probably close to one of my best designs. I would say Jericho is probably a little bit better on the placement of the forge and the furnace and everything. But yeah, give me a moment. I'll share this and post a link. 42.17 Phallus Lake base. Give me that link. All right, Steam. You just wanna go gray. Okay, there we go. Copy to clipboard. Here we go. I said copy to clipboard, but it that probably copied the image to the clipboard. Steam is not being very fun with me today. If I go back to my Zomboid page, I think it'll show me. Yes, here it is. Honestly, you would wonder why Steam is not more often used for certain things. Here's a good reason. Like, where do I get the link? I shared it. It's public. I just need to track down the frickin' link now. I know I can also go to my Steam page, go to content, go to screenshots, and then why can't I see this link anywhere else? It's so stupid. There you go. If you'd like to peruse it at your own leisure. The garden is much bigger than anything we've done in this area, and I think the most important thing to me is the placement of the workshop. Everything else I've done better in the past. Definitely. Now that we're back here, my generator is dead. I was just saying that my generator for this base was probably in need of a... Would you look at that? Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Where's my frickin'... I know I have a gas can somewhere in one of these bastards. Absolutely. That's one of the things I'm waiting for. I won't do what's it called? Mods on unstable, but when it is stable. Particularly what I'll be doing is waiting for, after it goes stable, I will probably I'll observe the changes. We'll see what the changes are for stable. And if they're substantial, I'll start a new unmodded run. If they're not substantial, I'll put the game on the back burner until the mod developers update their stuff for stable. And then we'll do a long play on stable. Now I get to go see how much of my stuff in the freezer went bad. Probably not too much. Yeah, it did unfreeze, so that's not good, but that's fine. It's fine. Now, because we're still gaining weight, but we're still trying to lose it, so I am not going to eat the salads here anytime soon. I'm going to put those in the freezer. And meanwhile, the other 2 salads I made can go in the fridge, because these do not have extra calories. Give me a duffel bag out of here. And let me put some electrical parts in it. What is my consumption rate? It's nice. 0.069 liters per hour. That's not nice. That's actually ridiculously high. And it's because I'm powering all these pumps that I don't need to be powering. The sensible thing would be to put the generator on the roof where it's only catching one of these pumps. That'd be the sensible thing to do. I'm not always sensible. Sometimes I just want convenience. I am now emptying steel sheets onto the ground here for repairs. What did I do with them? Oh. I had 8 steel sheets. What did I do with them? I must have emptied them somewhere. Like some kind of an idiot. Okay. Well, no steel sheets at our forward base still. Anyway, back to what we were doing then. Two, 4, 6, 8. So we've got total of 5 beef jerky on the driver's seat. The remaining 2 can get put away here. Alright, let's evaluate the state of interior here. I would like to go all the way to the lake in the center and explore, see what's down there. See if we got any Zed activity. Or if it's just a pretty lake. If it's just a pretty lake, then so be it. I'm always happy to see a pretty lake, especially in the dead center of Louisville. Never actually been there before. Shambled up to the wrong neighborhood, groaner. Now, I do believe we're going in here taking a left. We want to get to the center. This is why it's always so confusing to me. This is why I haven't been to the center yet. I probably would have accidentally made my way there by now if I had not just been taking wrong lefts and rights. So we're taking a right first at the fork, and then a left when it becomes a T. Backwards on that. We're taking a right first, and now we're taking a left. Being somebody who lives a couple 100 feet away from the W&D trail, I do occasionally see somebody driving a full road vehicle, not dissimilar to this one, on a small trail that is clearly not meant for it. And it is funny every single time. Looks like a concession stand. It's a very short walk from the visitor center. I guess Kentuckians were not in the best of shape in the 90s. Lots of smokers, so of course they get winded fast. Need a little something to get the blood sugar going. That's America right there. Odd. Thought I had that. Let's see what concessions are being offered. I get the feeling it is rotten dust, and a little bit of rotten dust. It is a year and 10 months in. No surprises there. Apparently this was ice cream cones before. And it's been looted and trashed. What the hell are you gonna loot from this place? Why, there's ice cream on the floor. See what we got going on past this. I know there's a lake in the center. There's gotta be. My brain meat is not telling me anything incorrect here. Is it? We're about to find out, aren't we? Can only spiral so many times before we're in the center. There's a Zed over there. And there's Zeds over there. Definitely not anything approaching secure in this area. Nope. So what we did there is we kind of pulled out to the middle and tooted, and now we're like falling way back, so that the toot will bring them to the road, and we'll push forward on foot, see what's going on. There's a small part of me that wants to armor up. It's now a large part of me. We're armoring up. Like I said before, do not let these trees fool you. This place is just as dangerous, if not slightly more dangerous, than a indoor close quarters fighting situation. There's just too many places for zombies to come out of nowhere. Literally every single one of these trees is one of them. And so we put on our heavy armor, so everything is 50% bite protected or higher. Pleasantly surprised at how many decided to heed the call this far. my 45 ACP. We're at 50. And current is not topped up. Let's go hunting. Going on a Z hunt. We're gonna catch a big one. Holy shit! Alright then. Y'all want to play it like that, huh? Alright, I give up on keeping circles out of the road. Too many. We'll bumpity bump over them. Three shots. Think I need a gun to kill you. Kill every single one of you with a blade. Not that it's the most efficient thing to do. Especially if I can't stop to sharpen. See, now that we've got slow shamblers, we control their speed. We don't have to worry about swinging so fast to kill them all. Yeah, extinction is... yeah. I've talked about it before. Extinction is sprinters. All the other factors of extinction I can deal with. I've dealt with before, literally. High pop. I've dealt with it before. Sprinters are the only thing I have not... respawns. There's an entire playlist of me dealing with respawns. It's really just the frickin', whatchamacallit, sprinters. There's no fair mechanism to counter them other than doing really stupid, cheesy things that are extremely tedious. The only reason that this fight right now is one that I can handle, aside from being at the pinnacle of, character development, is that I understand their speeds, and I have a counter to their speeds. If one of these guys was a sprinter, well, then I just gotta kill him before it gets to me. If two of them were a sprinter, you can see where it starts spiraling out of control. I'm pretty sure, as far as I understand it, 4 is always a checkmate. Like, no matter how good you are, no matter how good your character is. You literally, if you get hit from sprinters in 4 different directions, I do not know if there's any possible counter. I haven't tested this, but, I don't really want to.
Hey!
Or on that. This is why I didn't leave the truck running. interesting. It's like the closer we get to the lake, the more of them just show up. All right. Yes, it is. I was digging through the game files and accidentally came across it a few times. It is indeed terrifying. At one point, we literally just dropped the carbine because I knew we were done with it. It's a medium-range weapon, and there's no room for medium-range engagement any further at this point. Where did I drop it? That is the most important question. Probably some ways, a little ways back. Now, the way they disperse when they hear noises, we could quite literally be surrounded after that discharge, but the vast majority of the fast chamblers will have approached us already. Not all of them, but some. Definitely a different kind of fight here. Not one I would usually recommend. There's nothing truly objective to be gained from this. We are literally just exploring. Is this worth exploration, what you guys are seeing right now? Yeah, there's a reason I've never been in here before. I had a feeling this would be a possibility. The dirt roads were my first consternation. This was definitely a second. I was prepared for the fact that we're about to get sick here. We've already got the respirator on standby. Now that the sickness is hit, we take the respirator off. Or, sorry, we swapped the bandana for the respirator. I'm gonna keep using this sword until it breaks if I have to. I will literally go replace it with the axe from the trunk if I must. Yeah, there's trees. We were at 41,200 something when we came in here, if I remember right. We are 41,377, so probably a couple hundred or so that we're dealing with in total. Now, just because there is a massive corpse pile here in the middle of the road that I couldn't really deal with, does not mean that we can't get past them without risking tire damage. We, as far as I can tell, just need to go really slow. Now, if I had dropped the carbine in a sensible location, it would have been up here somewhere. Might be under a zombie. Now, on the behind the fence here, or behind the trees. Back under the back with thee. So we started with a toot of the horn, and we culminated with lots of firearms discharge. That doesn't necessarily mean the whole area is clear, but if this was going to be the large chunk, then we've taken out a nice big chunk. Let's proceed and see what we see. I will set cruise for 5 miles an hour. Roll over these things like a tank, World War I, going across the demilitarized zone, or the what they call it, no man's land. The simple fact that we're not hearing a noise when we bump over these things, I think that means that going slow enough means you're not hurting your tires or your suspensions. But the superior tactic is to never kill them in the road to begin with. If only we had just a little more real estate here. You could be fucking me. Alright then, so be it. I've been to Louisville before, I know what this place is about. We attack, we fall back, we attack again. Yep, falling back farther. I saw a few in the trees. Got a bit of an open spot here. But I will be checking over my shoulder like there could be a swarm behind me, because there could be. Left the truck running, so it's now a magnet. For better or worse. I don't know, that might actually be better. Yeah, the truck running actually might work in our favor this time. It all depends on how big the group is. Come on, mosey your slow ass out here, where I can see you. Alright. How many did my truck grab? It's definitely more than just these two. Yep, 2, 3 on this side. Falling back. All I had to hear was something to my right, and that was enough to spook me. What's up, Ranger Rick? I think there'd be a couple more park rangers in a park like this, but, no. As I said, it's a magnet. Hey, Richard. We are heading into the beating heart of nature here in the middle of Louisville, the Central Park area. A little bit more zombie in here than I was anticipating. It was quiet for quite a while. We saw some hordes that felt like they had just spilled out of nearby residential, but this is far from any residential. There's no excuse for these guys. They're just nature enjoyers who came in here in very large number. We've killed well over 100 at this point, just with hand weapons. Very nice pipe bombing earlier when we pulled a group out of here. let's see if we're done with that yet, because there might be another group just down the road. Yep, look at that. Who knows how big this group is. Almost looks like a survivor zombie group with how dense they are. Machete's actually in decent condition. The sword is about to break. I'm thinking about using the carbine. I don't know what kind of hate will bring down on us from this area. Okay, I will fire up the carbine here. We'll be quick to fall back. But we got 45 shots of it, I might as well use it. We're not long from opening another carton of that anyway, so... Swapping for the bandana. As I have a break from the stink. I'll go for a break from the discomfort. Ah, finally, speaking of breaks. Here's a break from the... condensation of the area. Almost feels like a fighting position. We'll call this the Alamo. But we're not going to defend it as if it is. We'll fall back if we need to. Really? That's what I'm talking about. Ah, look at that. Okay. Now we're hunting, boys. Falling back. Like I said, the Alamo's defenses were facing the wrong direction there. All the threats came from one side. And boy howdy is there a fair few of them. That's it. We're out of 45 ACP already? Are you kidding me? Okay, into the backpack it goes. I'm going to pull out the M16. I'm tired of this. I am tired of this. We have spent enough time with surprisingly large groups back here. Fall back a little bit. Now the M16 has a wider sound radius than anything we've used recently, so govern yourselves accordingly. Shit. Imagine having the gun out and forgetting to grab more magazines for it. Just shot the one in the chamber, that's it. Okay, looks like the mask is going back on. Sooner than expected. This place is a nightmare. We have ourselves a fully semi-automatic assault rifle here. What is our 6? And the damage to this weapon is reaching catastrophic levels. The game has chose a perfect time for the condition to degrade on it. You. And that's the low condition right there. Jamming every 3 bullets at this point. What is this shit from the south? Fuck off. Are you kidding me? I know the M16 puts out maybe 5 tiles more sound radius than the 357, but seriously. This is ridiculous. 6 shots. Guess I just didn't fight long enough in this area. We are wasting a lot of shots due to misclicks due to the trees. Been a little while since I felt the need to pull the M16 out. $17. Eight. Seven, 6. Going back farther. Till I get this lady here. She's the farthest back I'm aware of. Oh, that's gonna fucking... Oh, that's gonna cheese me. I give up. I'm not gonna try to find it. Gonna have to deal with it. 19 shots. This might be one of the last magazines I can shoot out of this gun before it breaks. We're down to 3 out of 10. Yeah, it's honestly, it's more for me than them. I care more about my own brain just getting interrupted. Come on, Ranger Rick, get out of the trees. Ranger Adams, as it were. It is good to see that most of them seem to have been able to keep up with me. That doesn't mean that I got all of them, though. Is this the dead center? Is there really no lake? I'm going to laugh at myself quite heartily if there really is no lake in the dead center of the... No, there is. There is. It's just a little upwards. Okay. Neat. Plenty of trail left to explore, but we're at the center. We got to the Tootsie Roll center of the Tootsie Pop. We have identified how many swings of the sword does it take. I'm getting a little hot here. I'm going to take my scarf off. That's the first layer I can afford to lose. I should never be wearing that scarf as long as I've got the choker on. The bone choker is perfect neck protection. The scarf is literally just extra insulation if I'm not, or if I've already got the choker on. It's kind of wild that you can wear both. This is one reason it's fine to leave the truck behind, because at this point we're just, we're doubling back anyway on these back roads. Look at that. Water in the middle of Louisville. Feels like finding water on Mars. You know it's there. It's just, is it really somewhere usable? Victory. I did see a dude out there somewhere. Yeah, he's over there doing his dude stuff. What seems to be the problem here? Well then. Apparently B42 doesn't like the fact that I decided to sit on this chair. It's a good thing I can just pick the chair up. Or can I? Okay then. I don't know if I've ever just legitimately just gotten stuck before in this game. This is new. I've never gotten stuck so easily. What if I sit on it again? Okay, what if I try to move again? Nope. What if I try to sit on the adjacent part of the seat here? Nope. She just really wants to sit on that side. Wow. I can't pick it up. I cannot, I can't leave it. I can sit on it. Is this Danny's way of telling me that she's done? No, this is just Zomboid being Zomboid. Can I break my way out? Nope. The bench is unattackable. Well then. This is awkward. I'm not going to waste too much more daylight on this at this point. We're going to have to open up debug mode. That's really stupid. But I guess it happens. There's literally nothing else we can do. It almost looked like I was about to move, but nope. Trying to disassemble it, trying to pick it up, trying to move. Nope. Alright, debug mode it is. So, when you get stuck in Project Zomboid, debug mode is enabled by quitting the desktop and going to your Steam library here and going to Zomboid and going to the settings wheel properties. General under launch options -debug. Voila, we hit the X. Zomboid is now going to launch in debug mode. Debug mode adds a whole bunch of clutter to your UI that most of the time you don't want to mess around with. Also, some hotkeys. One of my viewers taught me that hotkey N enables God mode, so don't accidentally press N unless you want to never die ever. We hit continue. Now, when you... I've had to turn on no clip once before. That's what we're going to do. We're going to turn on the no clip cheat briefly. If you ever have to do this, make sure you turn no clip off. Leaving debug mode is not enough. If you leave debug mode with no clip on, then no clip will still be on, and you'll never be able to turn it off unless you open debug mode again, so... Okay, still stuck. Easy fix now. It's over here. Debug menu, cheats, no clip. We can now move through walls and collision tiles. Save. Perfect. That's all we needed to do. Cheats, no clip, save. And that's it, we're out of here. I hate debug mode, I really do. There's so many things that can get fucked up. In fact, I need to check. Okay, fitness is fine. Fitness used to get broken. It used to reset your fitness level. I don't know. I think it still does. But I'm not going to, like I said, I hate debug mode. I'm not going to spend a second longer in it than I need to. I absolutely despise it. Whatever fuck up that fitness, resets your fitness experience, among other things. That should never happen. That kind of shit should have been removed from the game decades ago. Debug is supposed to be a very important testing tool, so any flaws with it, well, that's going to affect the rest of the game, isn't it? Isn't it? I don't know. Wait, I was on autopilot for a second there. Okay, I think we're good. Well, lesson learned. Don't sit down on a seat in the dead center of Louisville. That's not the first time I've sat on the park bench, I don't think. In any case, we do need to make sure that we're not still in no-clip mode. Easiest way to test that is to attempt to step past a tree here. Yep, we're no longer in no-clip mode. Yep, we're good. Okay. Let's just say that Danny had a strange hallucination after killing God knows how many zombies. I probably would too. I'm gonna kind of do a circle around the lake if I can here. Just going for a walk in the park, that's all. We did see a dude over here, but he seemed to be going somewhere specific. This must be where all those zombies came from. They must have just spawned next to the lake as just an order of business. I imagine that the lake itself being a large water source in the middle of Louisville. Sure, lots of people around it. If at any point you feel as though you've had a good idea, such as going to a lake in a zombie apocalypse, keep in mind that you're probably not the only one who had that idea. You would need to be up in the Alaskan Yukon in order to actually have an idea to go somewhere that there might be a chance of somebody else not having the same idea. Pretty much anywhere else in the States, there's just too many people. I'm going to wash my armor while we're here, not everything else. The armor is, usually finds it's difficult to get into my washing machine. Yeah, everything else will do a little laundry. I'll just take, I'm going to continue exploring. I'm going to take this trail on foot and just see what we see. I'll put the M16 away for now. I don't expect we'll need it. Yeah. If we do, we'll build our way up to it. I'd say we did a pretty good number on this place. Found the pockets, wiped them out with extreme prejudice. I'm sure the game is ready to make me eat my words, but for the moment. Still getting hot, are we? Let's take the bandana off. We're no longer in corpse stench area. Zombie located. Multiple zombies located. Oh, a little group up here. Let's see if we can wipe them out without triggering combat music. Extra zombies popping out of trees don't even faze me anymore when I expect them that much. I see a little group of them. Every single tree is a suspect to instantly spawn one. Speaking of groups, looks like at least 3 here. Still playing the combat music game. Lost. We lost. I must now announce to everybody that I have lost the game, which means you have too. Sucks to be this guy. He's stuck in the rock. Can I backstab him because of that? Nope. He knows how to turn around still. So there are definitely still pockets who didn't heed the call before. And we are losing daylight rapidly now. It's okay. I would say we did great things today. Those are... Oh, look at that. We stopped gaining weight a little early. We're at 83 kilo. Honestly, that's fine. I'm not upset about it. I know you're in there. Come on. Don't be shy. The whole basketball court down here, I'm pretty sure that was all within siren reach. Ah, so he said, before he noticed that big crowd that probably didn't make it around the outer fence here. Well, time to lose the combat music game again. Maybe. Almost. Keeping my back to the fence reduces their angle of approach. Looks like we do have one straggler up right here, but that means there's probably more than one. There was more than one. That they should have noticed that. Or maybe they're completely oblivious. That's fine too. Alrighty. Truck is up here on the other side of the tree line. I'm going to just run along this side of the path to avoid the stink from all the corpse piles over there. I think that is everything that we have explored finally. Would you look at that? Okay, there's a tiny... I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. That tiny little bit. Nah, fine. We're good. We're good. We got everything. So yeah, the truck is on the other side of this loop back somewhere. We'll see the corpse. It's on the other side of the mega corpse pile, and so our character will still see the corpse pile on the other side here. We're still coasting off of the coffee we drank this morning, so we're not at anywhere near fatigue yet. Alright, now this... I'm not going to act for a second like this is not very dangerous. It is. I think the thinnest part of the trees is going to be right here. Believe it or not, at night this is actually slightly safer because you can at least see what path to take based on the flashlight. During the day, it's actually a little harder to see where the easiest path is through the trees. Nice, okay. Gotcha, bitch. You want to be a straggler? Go be a straggler somewhere else. I left the truck running the whole time again. I've been known to do such things. Walk up out of here. We've had fun today. Right turn, right? Yes. Yep. And back to Wellington soon here. Sweet home. Almost within sight. I am absolutely going to make our girl some pancakes after all that bullshit. She has put up with a lot of dummy decisions on my part. Let's put the armor away. Hate it when I do that. Start putting stuff on the driver's seat instead of the passenger seat. There we go. In order to make pancakes, one requires a bowl with water in it. Prepare pancakes using the mix we have here. And we're going to put some stuff on it, but in this universe, you got to put the pancakes in the oven first. Now we can do some butter and some maple syrup, some margarine. We're going to do bright pancakes this time. Honey and fruit jam ×2. Yeah, we already put syrup on it, so we're good. Back into weight gain for the night. I don't think we'll get too cold. It's mid-50s, and we're well warm in the pajamas here. We picked up some rotten stuff that was meant to go into a composter somewhere at some point. We'll need to build a composter if we don't have one here. Put one on the roof here while that's in the dryer. Oh, nails at a base like this? What the hell is wrong with me? Alrighty then. Expedition Ambulance, come to my rescue. Thank you, Expedition Ambulance. I'll return the favor. Some money for the bed sheets. I will have an entire bed sheet made out of money before we abandon this base. Absolutely. This M16 is done. It is now officially worn. We take the attachments off of it and the ammo, and it becomes a decoration. We've got a replacement. Sword too shall become a decoration. Get a proper swords and gunnery decoration going here. I maintain that this was the best thing ever added to B42. Beautiful. So we got 2 full magazines for the M16. That goes back in the combat truck. And then we got 2 empty magazines, or several empty magazines and some loose ammo, all go into here. Wait a minute. We've got an M16 magazine in our inventory, and I think we just barely have enough to fill it back up. Oh, we're short 1 bullet. That's mean. That's actually mean. Whatever. You know what? That's actually fine. Replacement M16 is in here. And it's already got 1 in the chamber, so let's put the upgrades on it. And let's stick that magazine in there. And let's leave that in the vehicle, the combat truck. We're a little late for our second bedtime. That is perfectly fine because we are... the caffeine offset us a little bit. to 100%. Salads for the day to eat. Let's catch our second sleep now. Only about an hour or so late. This is new for me, having the entire center of the map explored for Louisville. Never had that on my previous characters. In that vein, let's see what awaits us in central East Louisville here. It's residential. Spoiler warning. Lots of houses. No surprises there. There is some commercial. I actually forget what's on Shelby and Swill here. It's probably just a small-time commercial, but well, we just head down Wellington Heights like we have been, but continue instead of turning into Central Park there. Easy peasy. We got food, we got water, we got Trapper Carbine, we do not. No 45 ACP on the ground here. Let's crack open another box from the... No 45 ACP in there either. It's almost as if I wasn't planning on shooting a lot of 45 ACP. But that's alright, we got one over here. We open 2 boxes for us. And we put the other 10 in the truck later. And that's a lot more Trapper Carbine shooting right there. My favorite medium range platform by far. Bar none. And 357 Magnum, we open 1 box of that. I do believe we expended some 9mm, both 9mm, that we had on standby. Topped up, so we just need 2 replacement magazines. And we good. Yeah, we good. This MSR 788 does not actually need to be in there right now. We can put that into SWAT. That's a repair for the MSR 7T later. Plonkies should be full up. So we're not going to be able to fill that. Yep, we've got nothing but uneven amounts there. Whatever. Wellington Heights. Straight on down. Our girl is hungry. Our girl eats a salad. Now this particular turn, well, would you look at that? As fate would have it, the only chunk of unexplored terrain on the trail, just right on the other side of this. Is there any easy way through? It's not really looking like it. This is a pretty solid line of trees. Now, here's a fun fact. If you use walk to, right-click, hit walk to, or the hotkey is Y, your character will actually choose the shortest path through the trees, and she'll automatically avoid coming into contact with any trees. So the only reason that I assume there's got to be a path through here is, how else would I have explored this? There's no way I could have explored it from the other direction. So I have to assume that she's going to be able to path through this without bumping into any trees. Look at that, look at that. Look at that. Our girl knows what to do. I should have used that more often, honestly. Problem is, of course, there's walk to does not do any sort of intelligent pathing away from zombies, so only use that and actually let it do what it wants to do if you're not going to be threatened by too many Zeds on the other side. That was the last chunk on this side. Sweet. Not that I expected much, but more free water. We are definitely getting to the point where I can't wear the bandana and the scarf all the time. 50 degrees Fahrenheit is too much if I want to be running around while wearing that. But it's still just a little too cold to be leaving them off and then standing still outdoors for too long. She will get cold. Oh yeah, you can use run if you're if you use walk 2, hotkey Y. You can run through the forest. Just hold shift. Your character will still automatically avoid any potential tree contact. It's great. These houses seem to be not only no Zeds, but completely pristine. Give me some food stuff. I think I hear some growling upstairs. I honestly don't care. I'm literally just stepped inside, see if Grandma had any food here. Nothing of substance. Yeah. That's definitely a factor. That's one of the reasons that I actually spent a lot of time in the center there, because I hadn't been there before. It's a little bit less difficult now that I know that I can pull up this save anytime I want to. Using Depot Downloader to just download any version of the game at will. That was why the other day or last week, we got to do a retrospective and just jump through time and visit all my saves. That was a lot of fun. Most of the houses in this row are intact, but more or less Zed-free. Guess these guys got the warning early. Or didn't. Maybe they were just shopping. So we go down to Wellington Heights and Shelby, and then just turn north and see what there is to see. It looks like this is explored, but it's actually not. The only reason we can see this is from this annotated map here. Yeah, that's I only went through the ones that I have all my saves on. I have made a couple of shortcuts here. Here it is. Shortcuts to 42.0.2, 3.1, 7.0, 12.3, 15.3. And I've already got one staged for 42.19 when this one gets broken. Excuse me, sir. Interrupting me. Trying to go down memory lane here. Thank you very much. That was the sound of a lady who hadn't backed up any of her saves, realizing that she could have revisited them all along. We'll see what kind of hate that brings on that intersection. But otherwise, like I said, we are turning north here, and we are going to explore. Wait, no. That was not where we're supposed to turn north, was it? Looks like I'm going to have to loop around. Threaten me with a good time. Every one of these garages is a potential generator, most likely. Not that I have any need for generators. I have a field of generators. There are fields, Neo. Fields. For generators are no longer built. They are grown. There's a surprisingly large group up there. I wouldn't have been able to tell if that was a Survivor Zombie group. It could just be usual Louisville stuff. Just gonna make a lot of noise, bring everybody in this area out into the middle of the road, and see what happens to them. We already did prolonged fighting back here. And nothing. roll them up. This was the road. South Shelby. Probably at some point going to become North Shelby. But we go up this road and take a right, and we will have explored most of the unexplored. So that commercial I mentioned looks to be Greens and Cafe de Eri. I don't know what that is, but looks to be a bakery, most like. Maybe some coffee in there somewhere. Is that another Pizza World? Oh yeah, we got some more light switches, boys. Hell yeah. We got Light Switch World over here. Gas to go. Y'all are making it hard to drive here. I'm gonna file a complaint with the zombie manager. Like I was saying before, once you've seen some Louisville residential, you've seen most of it. Not exactly any surprises here. Exploration for the sake of exploration was my last character's theme, but this one is perfectly welcome to do it at any given time. You never rule anything out. Lots of garages. These detached garages are not something that I see very often in Northern Virginia here. Usually if I see a house with a garage, it's built in or it's not there. When I grew up a little ways from where I am now, my house was one of the only ones in the cul-de-sac that didn't have a garage. There was a perfect spot to build one, and my parents even got approval to build one from the HOA, and then they never went through with it. It's a shame. Probably could have had a higher asking price for the house if they went through it. But then perhaps they stared too deeply into the abyss of home improvement. That's something that I definitely want to do when I purchase a house. I was something took me a little bit off guard. I knew that energy costs in my area were going up. I sorely underestimated just how much. My parents down in Florida are now paying about 2 cents less on the kilowatt hour than I am now, and that's rather substantial. We're up to 0.17 in Northern Virginia here, 0.1706, something like that. The rest of Virginia, the average is 0.17 something, so we're right around the average in my area. But nationally, the cheapest out in like Iowa is something like 12 cents per kilowatt hour. But yeah, it's gone up substantially. I compared my power bills from a few years back. We were as low as 14 cents per kilowatt hour just before the 2023 data center explosion. What a shock. Am I right? What a shock. No surprises there, though. That was one of the very few things that was keeping me in this area. There's almost nothing left keeping me in this area when it comes time to move. I don't think I'll be staying in Northern Virginia. I still have friends here, but I mean, they're friends that I interact with 99% of the time on the internet anyway, so very little will change in that regard. I mean, one of my buddies who used to live in Nova here with us he's already long gone and back to south of Minneapolis. This is not a tow job that's going to work. I'm probably going to bottom out. I'll see if I can get out of here, though. We charge a battery for this thing, so... Yep, as soon as we get the second gear, we are bottoming out. Oh, that is beautiful. I hope it lasts. I hope the data center cancer doesn't come to your area and increase that. I really hope. Because very few have been spared. My only other consternation for finding a new place to live is fiber optic internet. I can't... It's not just, you know, for gaming and live streaming and everything. It's also just for, whatchamacallit, my day job. My day job requires constant, reliable internet access. Every once in a while, it needs to be decently high bandwidth, too. So for both fun and for work, I need good internet. I can't be going back to cable, and that unfortunately rules out a huge chunk of the United States. Fiber is still very much the privilege of the coast at the moment. Elsewhere, well, fiber is also heavily correlated with cost of living. I learned this very quickly the moment I opened up Zillow and started matching up where Fios was available. Fios is Verizon. They're the people who have the local fiber fiefdoms. I started looking up where it's available in my area and matched it up to Zillow listing. And yeah, it's fiber internet is almost completely correlated to cost of living. I have never seen it not be. This is Rudy Grady that we're on now. This road should be, I don't want to call it clear. It was clear, but of course migrations are always going to unclear it. That's why we took the green arrows off of this road real quick. Yeah. If I could have higher than gigabit, I literally would pay for it, but Verizon doesn't offer anything higher than gigabit to residential customers. Will they add legit crossbows in this game? Not this patch. The patch that's coming up is going to be the stable patch, and I guarantee you we won't see any alternative firearms for that. So maybe the next build. They wanted to do Bletchery for I think they wanted to do it for 42. It never made the first builds, and I think they discontinued that idea for this build. I do remember that they were talking about it. It was supposed to make it into the crafting update in a perfect world. But as we all know, nah. I'm sure the devs will do it. They'll make a whole skill for it. There'll be a whole crafting tree for it. I don't even know how much I would want to interact with it personally. It all depends on the material cost benefit. I don't need to be careful with this street in terms of corpse placement. My reflexes are telling me to keep them out of the street, but this is not a supply line. The supply line is over here, and it's already slightly outmoded, so literally just don't want them in the supply line. Now, of course, I have more ammo than this character is ever going to find enough zombies to shoot with. I could shoot the rest of the zombies in Louisville, and I probably would not run out of ammo completely. I hate jams. They really ruin my day. Wouldn't have been as bad if I could have fixed bayonets, but we can't do that. I swear, if we could add bayonets to our guns, and it required short blade skill to use right, I'd do it. I'd do it in a heartbeat. I would go very far out of my way to level short blade if that was how it actually worked. Give them some time to come out of their houses. meantime, we shan't venture too far from our vehicle. See, now that this area has been cleared, the ones that we just pulled out of those houses will eventually come out of those houses, congregate in the street, and then probably start migrating in the general this way direction, just like these other ones did. Harvest? Who is Harvest? Is that a person? Or is that a game? I have no idea if you're talking about a different game or somebody else who plays this game. I quite literally just play the game myself here. I have a long screed on playing survival craft or multiplayer games. I couldn't even tell you exactly what we're going to use this one for. I was just tired of looking at it. Pull it around on this side. Don't even know if I'll need it, but firefighter jackets do make great pajamas. Overalls are more convenient, though. Jackets are really, really heavy. If you wear a firefighter jacket and a firefighter pants, the discomfort might take you over the threshold, but just those two by themselves might not be uncomfortable enough to sleep in. They're so warm that you probably wouldn't need to wear too much else, even in the dead of winter. Zombies still sneak up on me. Defines... Okay, so sneak up. If by that do you mean... do they actually manage to get damage onto me? No. The last time I took damage from a zombie, non-lethal damage, was... I actually posted a video on my channel about it. Let me, just for the sake of figuring out exactly how long ago that was. When you can't tell if it's over. I published that on February 15th, 2026. Let's see exactly what that is. 2/15/2026. From today, we have gone... This stream has been accident-free for 155 days. Now, that was my previous character, Nora. She took a scratch to the hand from a zombie. I believe that was... Scratch is 5%? Or no, 2%. I don't remember. It's a single-digit percentage chance to get infected, and we didn't get infected, so we got really lucky. But since then, we have not had any injuries incurred by zombies. This character here has had exactly 2 injuries. Both of them have been self-inflicted. One by a bush, the other by being just a little bit too close to a pipe bomb when we detonated it. Gave us a deep wound to the lower torso. But we survived. We go nowhere without our first aid kit and our sutures and everything else. But that being said, of course, zombies are still more than capable of taking me off guard. So if that's the question, then yes, absolutely. Yep, happens all the time. We just have procedures that we follow to maximize our chances, and also good reflexes. Can't deny that. Surround sound, lifesaver. About 20% of my success I'll attribute to these little speakers that I surround myself with here. Did we miss any terrain when we explored earlier? It looks like it's just this little pocket here. Tall fence to Peaceful Haven here. And we didn't... Did we not go right past the... This is an annotated map, so it might actually not even be anything substantial. We're exploring for the sake of exploring. See, nowadays, I actually find a little bit of fun in sneaking up on the zombies as opposed to them sneaking up on me. I am the spy. I'm also clumsy and conspicuous, so I can almost never get away with that, especially during the day. If I'm indoors and I got lighter sneakers on. Thank you. The last time I actually lost a character due to being, overwhelmed in combat, well over a year. That was... If I still have the page open. I do not. A little bit over a year. It was June something, 2025. So, like, 13 months or so. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen within 10 minutes, because, this game is Mistake Punishing Simulator 9000. As soon as you make a mistake, that's GG. Now, we definitely explored this part already, so what's going on here? We want to take a left and then another left, so St. Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil, etc. Would you believe me if I told you that my church didn't recite the entire prayer for the longest time? I should have turned already. See, these back streets, they all look the same. I cannot be blamed for being confused by them. Heaven's Door, Peaceful Harvest. Okay, so if we take another left and then turn off of Rudy Grady Boulevard here. Not at this turn, but the next one. This should lead us into the last segment of unexplored territory here. Not that we're going to see much. I mean, like I said before, it's Louisville residential. Extremely dense, brick facades, shoebox housing. Get all the plebeians in for urban employment. Isn't capitalism beautiful? Surprisingly quiet over here. Suspiciously so. Job's Lament, Purple Cove. I don't even know what's going on with this here. This is just some, this is some whack stuff. I feel like they started running out of ideas with these street names. Army Street, March Ridge Street, Recruiter Drive, Good Boot Street. Okay. Yeah, I get it. There's a theme. On the street that I grew up on, everything was named after trees. Magnolia, spruce, chestnut. I guess that's pretty realistic now that I think about it. Some city planners just aren't very creative. We might have gone a little far afield for that. I think the map is just not showing us a horizontal road here. I think they missed a spot on the map. Yeah, look at this. This horizontal road up here is not on the map. That explains a little bit of my confusion here. Okay. You know what? I'm going to fill it in for them. Let's do it. Let's do it. We can do this. We have the technology. Couple of underscores. Match perspective. Rotate. Don't even need to. Let's make that. Let's embiggen that a little bit. What is that? That's like... something like that, maybe. Filling in the blank corners of the map and the map itself, boys. We got this. What does the end of this road look like? Does it actually connect, or is it just a dead end? I mean, everything's dead end here, but, you know. It actually connects. Look at that. That's beautiful. Bump, 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 bumpity bump. Woke the music up. All right, back to Pizza World in that small commercial sector. Now, in an alternate universe, this would be a great spot for a pipe bombing, but the lack of openly, easily accessible parking lots is really cramping my style in that regard. We got lots of zombies and nowhere to lead them to a quick boom. For now, I'm just going to trick them onto this side of the map, or this side of the road. I am not actually seeing too many tall fences. Everything here is a low fence. Let me loop back again and just eyeball this direction. Is there anything I can scrape together here to make this a more viable bombing site? Not really. Not with all these tall fences. Pizza Hut, or Pizza World, Gordian slip there. Pizza World and its tall fences are actually really fucking me up here. I can't operate with a pipe bomb here. I would sooner just kill everybody here with hand weapons than I would try to make a pipe bomb work around here. Oh, I remember this part. I wouldn't miss this little hooked gravel sidewalk for the world. There is a way through it, even with a vehicle. The question would be, how many zombies would you have to plow through to get through that? The answer is probably a metric lot. Not an imperial lot, a metric lot. And here's here's the place that gets me triggered. I'm not going to talk about it too much. I don't want to talk about the pretty houses. It's just going to get me mad again. Nope, I'm going to be happy today. I was happy yesterday. I ignored the pretty houses yesterday. I'm going to ignore the pretty houses today. I am above it. I'm not above it. I'm going to pretend to be above it. I'm going to fake it till I make it. What do we have here? A dirt road to... Oh, music festival's here. Huh. I didn't realize that we've come that far of a full circle here. In that case, if we're this far away, let's fill in the rest of this. Hell yeah. So, music festival on Germantown Road. There's a little park here that they've set up a auditorium-looking thing here. We have done a little exploration over here, but if we stay on this road... Check the back streets. Back streets back. All right. It's our job to make it all right. Off we go. I left the generator for pickup. I still don't have a vehicle that can fit it, though. Combat truck has got way too many weapons and ammo in it. Someday I'll be driving down this road with enough room to pick it up. Today is not that day. It looks peaceful over here. That's mostly because we already bombed out the music festival. This area we ended up fleeing. There ended up being one too many Zeds. And is that a light bar on the floor? Hold on. That is a whole ass light bar on the floor. My eyes do not deceive me. That is an actual literal light bar. In some random dude's garage. Okay, I'll take it. Gimme. Gimme. Those are so unbelievably rare. You can only reliably find them in police department or fire department garages. I think we just barely have room for that. It's 10 encumbrance. Gimme. I mean, what the hell am I doing? I can literally just repair my own light bar with it. This is the best the best D6 fire truck in my fleet. But its light bar started at like, I don't know, 10% something, 20%. It is now up to 60. This will bring it on up to 80. Look at that, 80. One more light bar, it'll be at 100%. But yeah, we actually fled this area because of how many unexpectedly dense Zeds were in this area. I could not find a good spot to bomb them, so... As you can see, they haven't exactly gone anywhere. They just dispersed. You make me work for that light bar, are you? Alright. Also this cop car down here. Might be a gun or two. Die when I kill you. Of course it's locked. Officers just can't win for losing. If they leave the car locked, then their colleagues can't put the perp in the back. If they don't leave it locked, then the perp steals the cop car and goes for a joyride. There's literally no winning. There's no winning. I've been watching a lot of Midwest Safety. Fantastic channel. Can't recommend it hard enough. They do a great job of editing police body cam footage into something that is better than anything you've ever seen on TV before. This, I think, is going to be a dead end. Or a loop. I don't know if it being a loop makes it worth anything pushy here. Can I pull some maneuvers to get them out of the road? Is it worth the time? Kind of. Yeah. Maybe. So I just kind of hang out over here for a second. Off the road. And then do a loop around. And get back on the road. And the fast ones are out of the road. I see my opening. I'm taking it. Woo! Aw. The goal is to not bump into them at all. -5 trunk space for that hit. Guaranteed. I'm going to do the same kind of maneuver here. I'm going to go into some dude's front yard and chill there for a second. In fact, I might even do I'm going to do a real maneuver. That's what we call a maneuver. Go into somebody's garage and toot the horn for a second. And then go see exactly how many of them ended up not being in the road. Enough. Minus the slow ones. Slow ones are easier to dodge. Oh well, that was meta event to the top left. No surprises up here. See how these zombies are all moseying towards the top left? Kind of like they're going for my ugly face here. Yeah. Oh, right. Speaking of dead ends. I might be able to get through this. Hang on. Hang on. Don't worry about me, Chuck. Don't turn around. Just keep going that way. You heard that shotgun blast. Follow it. Follow it with all your heart and soul. We're out of here. YOLO. This is a road that will take me directly towards the last gun shop on the map that I haven't looted yet. I would like to observe my success in exploration here. Look at that. Look at that, boys. Look at that. Clean. We missed one back road here. Maybloom Drive. But no, we, Southside Drive. We actually already took a little bit of, road on Southside Drive here. I think I'm going to... Now, again, this is an annotated map. Probably nothing of substantial. I'm going to take a turn on Patriot Street here and double back so that we can fill in this chunk. Now, don't be fooled by the little decal on the side of this thing. It says Knob Creek Gas and Electric. There's no propane gas involved here. It's just everything but propane in the back of that thing. This actually is a situation I can probably handle. I would like to get these cones out of the way. Sometimes you'll see a sledgehammer in an event like this. Heavy-duty vehicle, manhole surrounded by cones. Yeah, possibility of a sledgehammer on the floor. Probably not one, but yeah, no. Not guaranteed. If there was such thing as a guaranteed sledgehammer, the community wouldn't have a meme out of it. Yep, just general construction. Use some wire, I guess. Twine, steel sheet, lightweight stuff. Don't really care about the rest of that. Sledgehammers can also now spawn on vehicle seats. So checking passenger seat, and that would be a negative Ghost Rider. Engine quality is 100. This is an example of wrecked vehicles for some reason having a 100 engine quality. That's kind of all the best vehicles in my fleet have been in that category. Someday that's going to get nerfed, and I'm going to feel very sad. I'm going to be real with you guys. When they nerf vehicle story spawns having perfect quality engines, that might be one of the things that gets me to stop playing the game for a bit. I don't know if they'll do it anytime soon. They'll do it someday, though. I just know they will. It's something that makes our lives predictable and easy, so of course they're going to come for it someday. I've been at this for too long. I know what kind of devs these are. I know what they're going to do. It's a pretty little cul-de-sac here. Imagine having your own little private roundabout. That is Louisville modern royalty right there. Hope you have good neighbors, because they can box you in easy if you don't. Ooh, Survivor House. Let me get that marked. It's already marked, because that's right. Right, that's a rare example of an annotated map pointing me directly to a Survivor House. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes these annotated maps just point to houses that have like a duffel bag on the floor somewhere with a sawed-off shotgun that I'm never going to use. I think I'm probably going to call it for today after the end of the day today. So we'll be wrapping up our exploration, and we'll probably be calling the stream after that. We've had a pretty good one today. YouTube has absolutely recommended me to more people than it would have yesterday because I started on time today. Why does YouTube really want me to start just before 8 a.m. Eastern? I don't know. I don't know, guys, but there's nothing else I changed about the streams. Yesterday I did kind of similar things to today, but yesterday I started a little bit late, actually kind of a lot a bit late, and I would have had half as many views as I do now. And a good 70% of my views just come from YouTube sending it out to people through browsing features is what they call it. But what it really does, what that really means is, you know, recommended videos in the sidebar usually, or the home page. I don't interface with the home page personally. I hate the home page, so I just go straight to the subscription page. That is my bookmark for YouTube. Did we leave behind any unexplored chunks here? Not anything to the left. That's great. That's what I wanted to do. I kind of wanted to corral the unexplored territory into this little chunk here and be done with it. Now, I have said multiple times that I understand why there's no mini-map in the vanilla game settings. You got to go turn it on in Sandbox. I understand that it feels gamey. However, if we should be able to put an actual map of an area in our hand, in our character's hand, and a compass in the other hand. If we do that, we should be able to see a mini-map. Because I can do that in real life. I can see a mini-map in real life if I have a compass in one hand and a map in the other. I can literally see a mini-map in real life as I'm walking around doing things. So, in my humble opinion, that should have been a game feature a long time ago. I understand completely why the devs don't want just everybody to have a mini-map all the time. Sure. Makes perfect sense. But some of the time, sure. Let me have a compass and a map in my hand while I'm driving around. That would be amazing. That would make my life so much easier. I'm not seeing any viable shortcuts, necessarily. But what if I keep going this direction? Can I off-road my way through this mini forest? It's actually looking a little open here. Am I about to eat my words? I'm about to eat my words. Yep. We can't quite see all the way up to the road up there. So this little mini forest here is no shortcuts available. I did get to avoid the group that wanted to box me in there, though. Wanted to dead end me. Dead end me. How about no? How about I just go around? Alright. Speaking of dead ends, if I take a left here. Nah, we're good. But that's not going to get me anywhere that I want to be if I take a left here. We want to go in the general this way direction. Southside Drive, take a right on Lerman Street. That's gonna get us our end to finish this segment up. So here, and then I think it'll be another left. I feel like I want to say I'll recognize Southside Drive when I see it. Yes, this is Southside Drive. So we're taking the next right, I believe. We are taking the next right. Yep. Easy peasy. Behold, unexplored territory. Behold, more residential. That's literally everything out here. Ooh. Now that's a unique one. One that I don't have in my fleet yet. Gotta catch them all, right? Might come back for it later. What kind of a maneuver can I do here, I wonder? Look at that. He's listing lazily to the left. Boy, this guy knows some maneuvers. Oh, man, I have way too much fun with this shit. Yeah, that's definitely a rare one. It looked to be a blacksmithing one. I feel like if I'm not mistaken, there's actually a chance for a blacksmith anvil, like a full blacksmith anvil, 40 encumbrance, in one of those vans. I've never seen it happen, though. I remember these dead ends. Oh yeah, dead-ass dead ends. I remember these. It's similar to what I saw in March Ridge. That didn't play out the way I wanted it to. Blame the bushes. I'm gonna blame the bushes. They did 9/11 after all. Beer and liquor. This is the other end of that commercial sector we were looking at earlier. I'm still not seeing much of a pipe bombing opportunity here. No, not really. There's nothing for pipe bombing opportunities there. I need something more spread out than this. And in real life, I would never do a bombing nearby a gas station ever. I'd be way too hesitant to do that. String me, string me, string, string. Wobble, wobble, string, string, string me, string me, string. I ape George, I ape George, George Romero. I think it's time to list lazily to the left again. Straight through this dude's backyard. Oh, I have been hoisted by my own petard here. I have no way out. Curses. Well, well, well. If it isn't the consequences of my actions. I'm going to have to list lazily to the right now. Gently push him out of the way. The frame rate is actually starting to work against me. Whenever I turn the truck headlights on, we start to lose a few frames. But would you look at that? We've explored almost everything there is. Now we've just got a small little chunk down here. I'm here for it. Totally here for it. Can say that I've explored East Louisville. We've almost got the whole name of the city on the map now. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's hot. I don't think I've ever had that before. The whole name of the city on the map when you zoom out like that. Pretty dank. We're doing good things here. All right, folks. I think I am moving in the direction of wrapping things up now. We're going to go on back to base. I'm going to try to catch that last little chunk so that I can say I've got the whole east explored. Because that would be a fantastic stopping point for the day. That would just entail me... I'm at the commercial sector now. Is that going to be a left and then straight? Pretty much. Yeah, let's just take a left and do whatever we need to do to get back to Southside Drive. Maybe we'll take a peek at Bratwurst down here. Otherwise, I have not seen any boarded up windows at all. Would you believe me if I told you that if you played Extinction mode, the chances of survivor houses are even lower than what we're looking at right now? Is a little wild. String. My strings are very high pitched. That's how you know you are very, very scared. Oops. String. Hey, look at that end. Maybe that's why I didn't explore up here. That's alright. We have 100%ed the east now. Let's pull another maneuver. Maneuver successful. Ah, my famous enemy, the rats. Like I'm playing Frogger here. They can damage your vehicles too, by the way, if anybody didn't know. Small animals will damage your hood and or tires. They're protecting our Ironworks van very well here, so that'll be an objective for tomorrow. Usually YouTuber stuff, like and subscribe and whatnot. I usually stream on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so theoretically I'll be here tomorrow. I'm gonna put a little diamond here for that car. Step fan, as it were. Where's my diamond? It gets a triangle. Strings. It's funny because I love this track, I really do. You can't help but make fun of it once in a while. This track is the music equivalent of having a very attractive girlfriend. You're still going to make fun of her every once in a while. Wouldn't be a proper partner if you didn't. Do not want to be going this way. We are not starting the southeast yet. We are doing the east and central east. That's it. Southeast is another beast. That's for another day. Huge chunk of map there for another day. We might just make it on time for bed here. So, lots of fun exploring and whatnot. Definitely call this one of Nora's streams in spirit. Now we're making her disappointed because I forgot my turn. Cursed, truly cursed. It's the next left, isn't it? Yeah. And back on Wellington up here. I'll be a lot. I don't do this one as much at night, so. Stealth mode engaged. Let's see what kind of damage I took. Not bad. Not bad at all. We're still at 90% in the trunk. We'll need a new windshield again soon, but nothing new about that. First time in a long time I've come home with a light bar better than before. We've welded a repair into the light bar. There's another police department out there. If we get to that one and there's actually a light bar to be found in the garage, then we may have a perfect light bar on our perfect truck. That would make things very happy. All right, only 20 minutes late for bed. Twine over here. I need to leave the wire somewhere visible. We had a purpose for it. Adhesive tape into the filter recharge bag here. Our collection for ever since we had our awakening on filter recharging, 16 adhesive tape and counting. It's only one per filter recharge, but as you can see, we still have more filters in here. So wood glue is probably the linchpin material for all that. Your options for recharging filters are either adhesive tape or duct tape, since duct tape has so many more uses and adhesive tape not quite as many. I prefer to save the adhesive tape for filter recharge. I'm going to drop the metal over here in this disassembled car pile, as it were. Mason's chisel. Let me just get that into one of these vans because I'm sick of not having them when I need one. Ha! I had a scythe over here all along. Okay, and some nails. This box of nails goes back to the expedition ambulance. Almost forgot. If I take from this ambulance, I put back. Otherwise, it's not serving its purpose. I used up my last sword, so here's a replacement for that. All of our other blade work is pretty good. Shetty could use a little sharpen. Wash up a little bit. We've had recently done a laundry load, but we can pick some from the side barrels here. They're completely full. Wash up the easy stuff. I feel like I heard mouth breathing somewhere to my right, and I feel like that's not the first time I've heard it. But, I could be hallucinating at this point. Zombie mouth breathing is such a subtle sound that it would not surprise me in the slightest if I had genuinely started hallucinating it at this point. 3,600 hours in this game, and a good chunk of them were put in the past year and a half, so make of that what you will. We got about an hour and a half before our second bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and have her read one of these books here. Trapping Volume 2. Been a little while since we've deployed the reading glasses, but it's something we found a copy of, and it's something we can read. Are we really ever going to level trapping? Well, actually, I can't rule it out. Now that we've gotten to the point where there's not that many roads left to discover, we don't have an influx of rabbit meat as easily anymore. We always used to find rabbits by driving roads down the first time. Long country roads, mostly. It's been a long time since we've had any long country roads to explore. There's a few left out there if we start going in the Valley Station direction, but otherwise, yeah, trapping is a more reliable way of getting rabbits. Just an easy way to spend the evening. We'll leave that there for next time. A quick, easy bite to eat here. And no major changes in the base design since last time. But last time I took a screenshot from the outdoors. Let's take one from the indoors this time. Let's say we've done pretty good with this place. Alrighty, folks. I am out of here for today. I'll be here hopefully bright and early tomorrow morning. I have gotten back into the habit of I'm just going to stream even if I'm late in the coming days, so I should stream sometime tomorrow. Ideally 8 a.m. Eastern. If not, I might be late. Can't make any promises, of course. You know, this isn't a job, it's a hobby, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But yeah, catch you guys later. Peace out, and have a good one. Adios, folks.